Welcome back, everyone. Well, I guess welcome to Proving Grounds number 11. I am Siren, and I am joined here on this first block of commentary with a newcomer to the Proving Grounds commentary cast, I guess you could say, and that is going to be Magic. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, you know, I had some good food right before this. My stomach is full and I'm ready for a good night of good Splatoon. We've got a really stacked tournament. I was looking over some of the teams, some of the pickups that have been forming for this specifically, and it's kind of looking like there are a lot of heavy hitters out there.
Yeah, I've been just looking over this bracket myself as well. We have a lot of teams that have buys right off the bat, so I do believe we're starting in round 2, and a lot of the round 1 teams are just going to be fighting to get some of the spotlight here tonight. But that being said, you know, we are very spoiled for choice as far as this first round here, and what better way to start this off than a round of Cyber Sharks versus Machine Caca. I don't know what language that is, but I feel like it has something to do with poop.
Yeah, that's my inclination as well, which, you know, everyone has their tastes. Some people prefer something of the excrement variety. So, Tugster and Moment are names that I recognize on the Cybersharks roster. So, if I'm not mistaken, Tugster is a Dynamo player, or am I thinking of Mixer?
Tugster? You're thinking of Mixer.
Okay.
I forget what Tugster... I think Tugster is a support, sort of junior, sort of paint spammy player, but I think I'm probably totally off. But Tugster, yes, very different from Mixer, who is a very dedicated Dynamo main.
Yeah.
Not particularly familiar with any of the members on Machine Caca myself, but I don't know if this means they're going to be playing Machine or if it means they're absolutely not going to be playing Machine. It could go either way at this point.
Well, whether or not we do see it, I'm expecting a lot of variety in tonight's compositions. We've been seeing so much different stuff being played at kind of at all levels, including switches off to try on certain maps, switches to stamper or wiper, depending on who's feeling it, depending on what people have been playing. So you never know, you really don't know what we're going to see. I believe on Rainmaker Undertow specifically, we're probably going to be seeing something that's going to be moving fast, kind of ready to get those pushes rolling.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what you do, and you sort of run a lot of area control weapons on this map as well. There's a couple of very dominant areas you could go. A lot of people opt towards that right route, kind of farther away from the spawn, unless they sort of get a full wipe, in which case they try to clear that checkpoint very early on the other side of the map. But from there on, it becomes a little bit harder. So a lot of weapons that can control that area and spawn really well, that are making more of a resurgence recently. We've been seeing a lot of ballpoints. I think that could come out here if we have any ballpoint players, which I feel might be a bit of an extinct species, but they're reproducing.
Yeah, right. I think they were endangered.
Mitosis.
They didn't go extinct. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We planted the seed. And not quite seeing that here, but we are seeing a Machine on both sides. So regardless of the fact that Machine is a caca, we are getting it in this match.
I mean, it's just very strong in this map. Cyber Sharks versus Machine Caca for the first round, kind of, in Proving Grounds 11. Off to a very even-keeled start. He's got some wipers swinging around, getting themselves in the groove, and seems like the team that does have the caca has the Rainmaker.
Okay, alright. Gotta put that caca away for now, I believe. So this is just going to be a very neutral position in mid right now. We saw the Machina Caca team getting a pop early on and sort of picking it up, but not really much coming out of that. The hammer is going to come out here, and this is the importance of sort of bodyguarding that Rainmaker holder, because things like this can happen where you just let a wiper player get away with it and delay you so much, even though you have 3 down here. Nothing really, coming out of it so far. We're still in the 90s. We haven't even really broken this checkpoint here, but when you get a full wipe like that, you are going to be able to get that sort of clearance here. It's just a matter of holding that up for the members of Machina Caca at this point.
It was such a nice Zuka, such a well-timed Zuka. I've been seeing it do really well in this map in particular, and caca showed it right there why it was so powerful. But when there's a second crab on the map, you can't use all of your Zuka shots just to get them down, and that crab cleans up. Nice job from TatsuGAYri here. As Rainmaker gets reset, checkpoint is broken, which is going to be important in the long run, but it seems like Cyber Sharks have a good turnaround.
Yes, and we are seeing a lot of paint coverage coming out from Cyber Sharks coming back in here. They finally got that pop on that Rainmaker, and, you know, they did lose that checkpoint there to Machina Caca, but at this point, it looks like the momentum is sort of swinging into their favor. We're getting these specials popped, a bit of a trade. Actually, no, wait, TatsuGAYri didn't even go down there, so that's just a great crab, you know, good stall with the positioning, and that is going to allow Cyber Sharks to sort of even up this game here and get through that checkpoint themselves.
Interesting, going to go around the U-grade. This spot we saw caca go for earlier, it's really, really important to get any kind of leverage on this high ground. Zuka comes out once again, that's going to take down the Rainmaker, but not before getting a good bit of mileage. Not kind of the 30-25 point mark that we want to see. That's going to lead to like safety, feelings of safety on your pushes, but still a good push nonetheless. Chainsaw going to send out the trip strikes, and things are cleared out. Machina Caca going to be easing up on this defense and turning things around. Let's see if they can get some specials for the pushback. 1 minute.
Oh, what a fatal fizzy bomb coming out of Dizzy there, and that is going to be a pop right back into the favor of Cyber Sharks. They're going to be looking to extend their lead, spotting out other members of Machina Caca, but they don't know that caca is here. Going to go in for the flank here, not quite getting the pick onto the crab in time, and looking like they're losing track of that Rainmaker getting behind them there. They're in a very weird position for this. Seeing that Rainmaker popping that grating Zuka shot onto Dizzy and finally taking that out with no extension to the lead on the side of Cyber Sharks here. So this is in their court. They are going to have to move in on this if they want to extend their lead. And, you know, with such grating Zuka shots like that, how can you not?
And on the side of Cyber Sharks, you know, like, teams are always kind of even play, like, too scared of people jumping off that ledge there and getting that weird flank in. But that's exactly why, is that turnaround can have so much impact just because they lose control of mid and get pincered from both sides. And especially with something like Zuka, you just have so much range. Like, it's a very short map in terms of how good you can affect it from those areas.
Speaking of Zuka, just these continuous shots. Every single Zuka that we've seen out of caca so far has been extremely successful in moving things up. Getting 3 picks in a row like that, that is definitely going to move things along for Machina Caca here. They have so much momentum going for them. They're moving up. They're getting this delayed wipe. They are forcing Cyber Sharks into a staggered position here, and this has got to be the lead for them.
Oh, and it is really clean movement to get up to that grading area, that little unpaintable spot. And this push is not over. This Stamper can easily pop this Rainmaker if they're not careful. Going to move it up just a little bit more. Not going to get any more points, but still going to bleed down this clock. And at this point, really important to just keep the Rainmaker in the Cyber Shark side of the map so that they can't even get a push down themselves before mid is completely overtaken and the specials are back online.
Yes, and with a lead like 28, that's never quite going to be safe on a map like Rainmaker Undertow. So you do have to be very careful about this one and sort of watching all angles here. And when TatsuGAYri is crabbing on your side, we have 2 crabs coming out from the side of Cyber Sharks. They are in such an interesting spot here to try and do what they can in this last 10 seconds of the game. They're going to have to make their way to that Rainmaker there, but it looks like Machina Caca is not really compromising their positions despite the fact that they went 2 down there. They are going to grab that Rainmaker, but a perfectly timed shot from caca is going to end that out for them, taking game 1 in this set.
That must have been like the last possible frame of that Zuka's uptime to get that shot down. Like, that's insane. caca is a master there. I think another player that really gave them an advantage was that Stamper player in DRR, who was always going for these crabs, like making sure to harass them, shred them down, and even getting a couple of really nice picks right at the end to secure that victory, even though they went a couple more down. Just some really clean movement and good awareness.
Yes, I mean, like, it was just such a good dominant position they had at the end there. They had all their angles covered. They were ready for whatever was coming out of Cyber Sharks, despite the fact that they had gone down, kind of almost giving them a false sense of security in those last few seconds to sort of grab that Rainmaker and move up a little bit. But, you know, they had that last little trump card waiting for them in those few seconds.
Right, exactly. That's what it feels like. It felt like the Zuka was kind of their trump card. During a lot of those pushes, during a lot of the defenses, like, for whatever reason, like, Cybersharks just had nothing to even, like, deal with that or contest that because of the positions that Kaoru was taking and the unbelievable accuracy.
Yes, that's exactly it. And, you know, with the whole game and the theme around that being just Kaora absolutely slaying, you kind of have to watch out for that in the last 10 seconds. When you can see that splatter shot is still alive on the map and there's only 10 seconds left, you're not really going to have time to sort of paint around and scope them out. So they could be just lurking anywhere at that point. And unfortunately for them, they were in a spot to shut that down the second overtime started.
No, Cybersharks did a lot of good in that last game. You know, they could definitely put up a good fight on clams, you know, if they've got a good position stranglehold and have the members of Machina Caca on the back foot, they could easily start turning this one around, and let's see if they do so, deciding to switch to... I don't think they switched to anything, actually. It was main switches are on Machina Caca.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a squeezer. I could be wrong. I don't remember seeing that one beforehand on the side of Machina Caca, but now we are seeing that coming out of DRR, who is going to be just starting up on that left side there, spotting that their 52 gal has gone down, and now they are going to have to move onto the back foot here, get on the defensive, because they just know Cybersharks is going to play this extremely aggressively. Zenrix here already popping that crab into their base, pushing them all the way to a 3 down very early on in the game. 30 seconds in is not normal for, you know, a push of this size to be happening on this map whatsoever.
And just the fact that they had so many clams to put in the first, like, 30 seconds, like, they must have grabbed all of the clams in mid, and then some. We're down to 17, and there's still only, like, one person left alive on Machina Caca. Talk about a turnaround, talk about a bounce-back mentality. That's a game. Hello? That was 60, that was 58 seconds for the turnaround? Hello?
Talk about retaliation magic. What on earth did I just see there? Just one really, really strong push, and having all that objective pressure to back that up with just absolutely warranted the game before, you know, Machina Caca could even think. Like, the game is just already over. I don't think I've ever seen a game go that fast on Clamblitz Scorch Gorge, especially in a set that has been mostly even so far in that first game.
Right, we talked that, like people talk that Scorch Gorge can, like, be a little bit snowbally and stuff, but I've never seen Clam Scorch go that 0 to 100 that quickly. Like, there's always some kind of, oh, you know, they didn't have the clams at the ready, you know, like, oh, the defense had a couple of specials to throw up, but, like, Machina Caca just had nothing. Like, they could not even step forward. That was impressive. And if the Cybersharks are going to keep playing like that, they're going to take the set easily, but on Rainmaker, it seemed like they just couldn't find their footing for whatever reason. Maybe it was just some really nice Zuka shots, or, you know, just the craziness of Rainmaker. We'll have to see if they can turn around on zones.
Yeah, I think part of it maybe has to do with Undertow being such a large open map in the center. Not a lot of areas to flank from, and it's kind of hard to keep track of where your opponents are coming from just due to those barriers. But Scorch Gorge is a little bit of a different story in that regard, where most of the objective play and most of the fights happen in the very middle of the map. So I think when it comes to these condensed areas, Cybersharks has been doing a better job dealing with it just because of that crab pressure, that splash pressure. It's very explosive in these tight squares. So we could see that coming into play here on Inkblot Art Academy. After all, that objective does not move from the center of the map, which can be a bit of a tight quarter itself. So looking to see if that sort of thing will be replicated again in this match here.
Gonna go game 3, scores all tied up, and Machina Caca is gonna try and take this one back from the Cybersharks, and it seems like they're doing so good on the first go, getting the zone and a couple of picks to go. Tuxter's all the way back on this plat area, and, well, if there was a fast game in the last game, we're gonna have an even faster one this time if Cybersharks cannot get their pushes at the ready.
Yes, and it looks like Machina Caca is sort of playing this a little bit safe right now, sort of staying back on the zone, not quite seeing the same aggression we saw from Cybersharks in the previous game. And I think in doing so kind of gave them a bit of time to build up specials coming back into this zone here. We're seeing Dizzy taking this fight against Kayora on top mid here, now getting into that 2v1. That is going to be a cap back into the favor of Cybersharks, and if they play this a little bit differently, they might be able to push into their plat and hold maybe more of a dominant position than Machina Caca did earlier in this game.
Right, but it seems like they're already respawned on the other side, the yellow side, and that's a very quick cap. DRR is going to try and zipcaster this around, get out to safety, make sure that crab can't sit anywhere safe. Kaiora was able to shred the Booyah Bomb, and because of that, they have no way to really get back in. There's so much yellow ink, and although there's some splashes on the map, it doesn't mean that they can easily cap the zone or sit safely in there. They're trying to dance around the top mid. It's not looking too great right now. Zenrik's able to find one barely, and finally Dizzy's able to come help. And Cybersharks looking like they're finally able to breathe.
Yes, and barely any penalty on the board means this is going to be a great lead extension for them, so long as they're able to stay alive a little bit longer here, keep track of the areas in which Machina Caca is going to be coming back in here, and it looks like they're all sort of taking the approach from the same direction here, up on the bats of Machina Caca's base. All these specials are going to be popped here, but Zenrik's able to dodge the Inkzuka and the Ink Strikes at the same time. That is going to be doing wonders for the longevity of Cybershark staying on this zone here, and they are going to be getting in a fight. That Booyah Bomb is going to come into assist them greatly here, and just saving that right after losing that lead just a little bit to Cybersharks here, but now they are going to have to play this a little bit carefully, going 2 down here, but very low penalty for them.
That's so unfortunate that the Booyah Bomb came in just a touch too late, and because of that, they're not able to secure the zone too safely. They got a little bit staggered, and this is going to be really bad because Cybersharks did such a good job in the lockout phase last time, and now it looks like they're finally up in the base, which is exactly where they were able to succeed on Scorched Gorge. Can they manage to use these crabs to find picks? And they do find one. DRR's coming in from the side. The Booyah Bomb is online, trying to find a target, and is able to not go down because of the nice slash from DRR, and that could turn things around.
Oh, but the lead is going up very significantly at this point. When you start getting into this 20 range, you know, that's really in the danger zone for Inkblot Academy. You're getting into the areas where you're basically going to have to knock out in order to take this one back. The Inkzuka is coming out, getting the pick on a Zenrix. That's going to be huge for them getting back into the zone here. They've lost one of their best painters. Getting the pick on a Tugster here in a trade that is still going to be optimal for Machina Caca at this point in time. Once again, that penalty is so low. Things can flip in an instant magic. This is very, very tight.
It's all going to depend on which teams come up huge, and if players like Kaiora can come up big with Zuka shots like that, it's all going to come down to which teams can actually execute. And DRR is going to try and go in, but goes in just a touch too early. The Wiper goes in early as well, though, on the side of Cybersharks. 2 down each. Zenrix dives forward, 10 ticks left, and Tugster's got the crab, but nobody there to help it. Gonna be going down. That's the lead for Machina Caca at the last minute of the game. They need to try and find a cap on the side of Cybersharks, but it's not going to come through. DRR gets one more slash, and Machina Caca turns it around for game 3, barely holding on.
Wow, what a game. I mean, like, just in those last seconds there, you can see how nervous Cybersharks was getting in those last few seconds. You saw that crab coming out and sort of Tugster having to running towards that zone. And, you know, obviously in those last moments there, you want to avoid a knockout as much as possible, but you're also trying to avoid, you know, your opponent getting as many points as possible because... you know, obviously it makes it a little bit harder to come back from that, but I think just in those last bits of nerves, it kind of caused them to go in one at a time and not really ending up in anything that Machina Caca couldn't take out one by one. So now that set, I mean, we're so back and forth at this point. Tower control Hagglefish, I have no idea, like, what happens here? Like, am I gonna blink and am I gonna miss the whole game? Like, what happens if my Discord crashes? Are you going to be able to hold this up? Should I write a will? Like, what's happening here, Magic?
This is also another map that very easily swings back and forth. And I think that that goes in the favor of Machina Caca. It seems like they do better if they have the chance to get back in. And because Hagglefish has those opportunities, it's very good for them. Especially since they've been doing well, especially with the Zuka, which does well here because of the long structure of this map. I give this one to Machina Caca. It's gonna be close, Everybody hold on to your butts.
What? Hey, yo. So we are looking at basically the same comps as before. We're seeing Cyber Sharks leaning once again into this very aggressive comp. We have that double splash-matic, that sloshing machine, which can come in handy, especially on tower control. You know, you always want that for emergency situations when you just need to evacuate that tower as soon as possible. This crab is going to be popped very early on, and with these ink strikes, that is actually going to get the pick onto the Nautilus on the side of Machina Caca as Uni here pushes up on that right side, just applying as much pressure as possible, knowing that the tower is coming up to follow him. Now Booyah is going to come out as well, and he's going to take over this right side, but getting picked off by the teamwork of Tugster and that Nautilus coming back in from the respawn.
I don't know about this Nautilus switch pick, but if they're confident on the side of the Cyber Sharks, then go right ahead. It's a good option for really pushing people back and holding space, but it's very susceptible to getting picked off by bombs, to getting feet painted and everything, and it seems like that's not exactly the way that you want to combat Machina Caca's aggression. I don't know. If they seem confident, they're going to go for it, but they have not impressed yet. Finally getting a pick on the side of Cyber Sharks to hopefully get this push started.
I'm on the opposite side here, Magic. I think this is a great pick, especially when you look at a comp like this. You have double splash, which is just going to be constantly painting for that crab. You can guarantee, as long as they're fighting with their teammates, their feet are going to be pretty painted. As well as these point sensors, that's really going to help spot out players like Kaiora, who has, you know, so far been known to hide in spots and just be, you know, silent but deadly in this set thus far. And speaking of silent but deadly, Kaiora is going to pop that grating Zuka, which is immediately going to clear off that tower. You know, the Nautilus coming back in to retaliate and take off Kaiora, just like I was saying. But holding up this position has been really, really good for them. And, like, they have the lead here, but this is really nothing on Hagglefish.
It's not a whole lot. That checkpoint is important for sure, but it's not a super hard one to get through. If they can just get one good push on the side of Machina Caca, that's going to burn through it. DRR is trying to make that happen, but not getting anything off the Zipcaster. Just going to try and find a way to maybe get some poke down picks. Finally gets traded, and there's 3 specials online. This is what they need, though. They need the special pushes to go through now, but there's a wipeout! All of a sudden from the left side, Zenrix and Dizzy decide that they are going to stop that before it happens.
And look at that, they have 3 specials at the ready. They are just waiting for Machina Caca to come back into their space now. They have made their base their space instead of them. They have 1 crab ready, a second one is online, getting onto the tower, perfectly predicting that Ink Zuka to come out there, and they are going to be able to tank all 3 of those shots. That Booyah Bomb is going to be the final thing that it will push Tugster off that tower there, but not without them pushing to 25 already. Getting down to this, it's 3 down. It's just going to be that chainsaw on the side of Machina Caca, and this could very well be a knockout if they're able to hold this up just a little bit longer there. Kaiora putting in hella work, getting onto this tower, and that is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but I think we're going to be looking at a game 5 in just a couple minutes here.
It's looking like that right now. Machina Caca has a lot to answer for, right? They need to start answering these questions that Cyber Sharks are posing, or else they're not going to be able to get this set cleared. And it seems like finally they have something going. The Zipcaster gets shot down, but there's already a lot of good people in position. Move forward onto the Cyber Shark side of the map as the checkpoint gets started. Sloshing Machine's in prime position. The trip strikes have gone out. There's a Zuka waiting in the wings, and it's able to take down Tugster! All of a sudden, this is looking really good for Machina Caca, as this machine is looking to get them off of those ledges. Booyah Bomb is almost online, and they can keep this push going. DRO has another Zipcaster, is able to use it! All of a sudden, there's a huge turnaround, and Machina Caca might take this!
Chainsaw up on that top right there, getting into the fight with DRR, taking out Tugster here. This is going to be the lead. It's just going to be the Nautilus in the way of that. 7 points away. That's just going to be a few more ticks on that tower there. That bomb is going to take out one. They've taken that lead, and they've gotten that checkpoint. This is huge.
This is massive. Trying to dance around, but not going to be able to find it. 30 seconds left, and they've got plenty of time and plenty of paint to make sure they have their specials and stop this next push from the Cyber Sharks. Anything is possible. 30 seconds is a lot of time, and if one misstep happens on the side of Machina Caca, it could go the other way, but this is looking very convincing.
Yes, this Nautilus is going to be set up on that left side here. That Splashmatic going down at 14 seconds is not what you're going to be wanting to see. That flank is going to be coming out from the Wiper on the side of Machina Caca on the tower there. They have to be very careful and dislodge them as soon as possible. We're seeing two different members of Machina Caca behind them. There is no definite direction that Cyber Sharks can look at, but that Inkzuka, my goodness, what a fatal shot coming out once again from Kaiora. What an MVP for Machina Caca in this set.
Did you see that suction bomb? That suction bomb that was thrown on the
Yes.
wall before popping out the Zuka? That's so smart.
Absolute
So smart.
bait. Oh my goodness. Like, Kaiora was like, look here, turn around this corner. Look at me, I'm flanking you. Oh wait, there's a suction bomb on the wall. You're gonna die.
Honestly, Machina Caca did look like the better team overall. Yes, Cyber Sharks had one game where they were really in control, but Machina Caca was always ready to bounce back, always had a way to find their openings, right? And I think that that's more important in a game of Splatoon rather than having, you know, a couple of strong pushes. If you have more dominance, if you have more paint control, if you're able to use your specials more effectively, that's the kind of game that you're going to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a set coming out from both teams here. Cyber Sharks putting up a great fight. I think they were just, you know, missing the slightest little thing to take a couple of those games, and it was just so close. It just a little bit of finesse that Machina Caca had. I think they can take from this and move on. Maybe to next proving grounds in a couple weeks, but it's definitely something worth looking at here. And both of these players did an insanely good job. Well, both of these teams, rather. They just did so good. But Machina Caca just able to clench out those games when important.
Clench indeed. I believe we're going to be taking just a quick break. We'll be right back with Proving Grounds 11 here on IPL Splatoon. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hello, hello! Proving Grounds, round 3, Proving Grounds 11, round 3, is here. My name is Magic 8 Ball. I'm joined by the lovely Siren. Hello.
Hi, I'm here still. Nothing has changed about that.
I hope so, or else we'd have a lot to worry about. Ha ha ha! Alright.
Haha.
Round 3, we've got 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi, which, you know, was installed into all of our arms via injection.
Okay,
And
okay. TatsuGAYri. I'm pretty pumped for this set, honestly. I feel like I haven't seen the members, former members of Tempest, so I'm ready to see Red Shell. I'm excited for that. And I also feel like I commentate every tournament that TatsuGAYri is in, but I never actually get to commentate a set with them, despite being such a fan. So I'm very pumped for this one.
Honestly, Baja Blast is going to be on those Tetras, right? And so it's going to be interesting, but there's going to be the other side. We've got a brush main with a junior main. I don't know if Smork has been playing junior still, right?
I cannot confirm or deny. I feel like last time I saw Smork, they were not playing junior, but I could be totally wrong. Maybe things have changed. You never know with this weapon. A lot of people who didn't play junior before have started picking it back up into Splatoon 3 because of the new kit. It does play a little bit different from Splatoon 2 junior. It's maybe a little bit more interactive, or forced to interact just a bit more. Before you could just sort of play it wherever you wanted on the map, just spam paint and get armor, and that was the whole game. Now we're forced to touch grass a little bit more, and that may be driving some people away from it and onto Flings a Roller instead. Sorry, that was
not a call out
shame.
post. Yeah.
No, it is actually a call out post. I'm looking at all of you.
On the other side, we also have on TatsuGAYri, Rydia and Litblue, who are very strong players, and Rydia's a Splatling player usually, right? So it's gonna be a very interesting interaction. We're kind of probably gonna be seeing something like a ballpoint Tetra composition, which has been something that we've been seeing with 0 deaths in the ETV League, which has been seeing success. So who knows?
Who knows? Well, we'll know soon, right?
Right.
Okay, and we do see Smork on that junior once again. It is going to be a custom junior, so we do have one on both sides. Very heavy paint output onto the side of 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi. So very early on here, it's just going to be a mad dash for the clams, and that Tetradooley kind of in nature for the weapon going down very, very early on in the game, which I cannot hold that against them whatsoever here. And that is going to allow TatsuGAYri to take a lot of space in mid here, getting that pick onto Baja with the help of the teammates. So Pepe is going to be moving up here on this right side. They do have that Inkzuka at the ready and holding out a good amount of clams here, but it is going to remain a bit of a waiting period here while they wait for the other team to sort of make that first move and allow them to get back in as a result. Not really working out in their favor though on that attempt. So that is going to be 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi coming back in here and making up for their early game losses and sort of just trying to take back as much mid as possible. Really, we're not seeing much engagement out of either of these teams.
Right, I was expecting that Tetra to be just moving forward crazy, but honestly, the custom junior really does a good job at maintaining that pressure on the Tetras, right? With the wave breaker, these crabs came down and decided to walk into mid, right into the hands of Red Shell, and they got slapped down. So we're seeing Umber move up. A lot of clashes finally happening, able to take down a couple, but not a lot of clams on the side of TatsuGAYri, but they're going to be able to start moving up here, and maybe, just maybe, they can have something going. No, Baja Blast turns that one down.
Yeah, and I think we had a bit of an explanation there on that shot of Umbre of why maybe Baja hasn't been moving up too aggressively in the nature of a Tetra usually, and that is just because Umbre had been sitting there that entire time. It was just ready for, Baja to move forward. I mean, when you have a ballpoint and you have a Tetra, you kind of understand how either one of them is going to be playing here, just sort of taking up space. You know, one of them is going to run forward and the other one's just going to plant their feet in one spot until it's optimal to move forward. And that's exactly what we're seeing here coming out from the side of TatsuGAYri. Actually, I think the colors are swapped around here for our stream. I believe this is 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi who are actually pushing up into the base of TatsuGAYri here. And what a pick coming out from Red Shell onto Zen.
That was insane! Not only the patience, sitting there on a Zipcaster, but then being able to aim the shots perfectly above that crab block hitbox. Red Shell is going to do it again, find another pick here, and this looks like a really good push on the side of 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi, trying to make sure that they can move around those torpedoes, those crabs, those burst bombs, and keep themselves alive, but it's not looking like they're going to do so right at this very moment. Smork going to have to back up, keep the paint on the ground, but one player is going in and deciding to take down the entire team by themselves on 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi, and that was a great play from Mist on the splash. They were already starting to move up one more time and get this push going.
Yes, and we do see Smork here holding onto these 7 clams, opting to not grab that power clam as to avoid putting a target on themselves at this point in time in the game. The last thing you do is, you know, wanting one of those pesky splash-o-matics to just come up behind you, knowing that you are the only one holding onto that objective. So a good move coming out from Smork there, that you still see them holding up the clams as much as possible, and you know, having it sort of dispersed across members of 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi until they're ready to push and get that pick onto the junior is going to be a great start for them there if they do want to extend that lead. Mist going to be backing up here, sort of anticipating this push coming out from 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi. That Inkzuka is going to be coming out, and getting taken out is Pepe, and this is going to be a full wipe. They are going to be moving into the base, going to scramble to make a power clam here and sort of work towards the lead as best as they can. You know, not a lot of pushes come out on this map a lot of the time, so they're going to try and make this one worthwhile for them and get the lead, but they still can. Mist going to be jumping in with that pity clam, and that's just barely going to scrape them the lead there, just by that 2-point margin. And Smork coming around in mid, trying to clean up the mess that has started here.
Such a clean set of pushes, honestly. Like, both of these teams have really good potential to keep the other team locked out. It's just depending on how they can execute. It seems like every single time we've seen them go for it, they've been able to do so. 2 going down. That's going to be a lead change once again for 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi as Red Shell comes in the other side, and Umber is able to hold this thing down, hold down the spinner area. This brush is looking like it could be raining down hell from above. Not going to be able to last for too long, but look at how far back the members of TatsuGAYri have been pushed, and this they need desperately to try and get some clams and get this ball forward into mid, but it doesn't look like they're able to.
Yes, and with less than 10 seconds left in the game, they do have the opportunity for overtime there, as they do have that power clam waiting under the basket for them. But getting back in here is going to be such a challenge, as Red Shell has not given up this aggressive position whatsoever. Getting into the base, understanding what a disruption that he is being right now, and allowing Smork to get back in here and end this game right here and right now for them.
Smork really was, in my opinion, the one that held it down, allowed them the opportunities to not only shut down the Tetras, but keep the pressure on constantly. Like, the combination of the C Junior and the ballpoint put out so much long-range, aggressive, annoying pressure that there was really not a lot of room for TatsuGAYri to move and do their usual crab thing. Like, just such good understanding of how to take care of that composition using an uncertain, untraditional style of play. It's very, very cool to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You kind of have Red Shell on their side, sort of playing this look at me type of play style, which does allow the other members of 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi to get in without much challenge, because everyone has to focus on Red Shell, or else they are going to be punished by it without any doubt in their mind. So having somebody like Smork keeping that, you know, objective safe and is just moving in and playing carefully to make up for the fact that Red Shell is just causing so much chaos is a really, really good way to balance out this comp. And obviously 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi abused that the entire game to their advantage, and it's working out for them really well. The question is, continuing on in this set, it is a best of 5. TatsuGAYri has a lot of wiggle room to sort of adapt to it and figure that out as they go along. You know, they do have a couple chances to come back from that. And with Splat Zones on Macomart, with it being so tight, I think they're going to have a bit of an easier time tracking down where Red Shell is going to be. You know, there's less spots to kind of hide and not show your face here. So we'll see how that plays out in this game.
I'm switching to the X-Splosher, in fact, as everything else stays just about the same. Just decided to use the Neo Splashomatic, try and take down the long-range pressure from afar. And I like this. You know, Tetris does a lot better at fighting together. Since there's less space to move, you often run into each other more and are able to take fights together, and that really helps out Tetris. But they need to take care of Red Shell, like you were mentioning, as he goes in trying to find one, able to get an assist and a pick onto Baja as he dives forward one more time. And this looking like a red-controlled map already, as two go down to a nice Zuka shot. What an insane play! All of a sudden, Zukas are looking like the special to beat right now. They've been doing so well in all of the sets that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, previously in the crab usage we've seen so far, I feel like all that's really been doing is stalling. But the Zukas so far today have just been doing such a great job of stopping everything in their tracks instantly in 1 second. As I'm saying this, though, TatsuGAYri coming back in here. Baja going to be moving back, spotting Umbre hiding behind that block there, and Red Shell as well. They do have eyes now on Red Shell at this point in time, which is very important for them in order to hold the zone at this point. But with that Zipcaster coming out, they are going to have to be very careful. Red Shell hopping onto this jump in from Baja. That is actually going to be a very worthwhile trade for TatsuGAYri at this point, but that is going to be a zone cap back into the favor of 5 GB Wi-Fi, and it is going to be an uphill battle at this point for TatsuGAYri to get back in here and get that cap once again.
Seems like they don't have enough control to keep this thing lasting. You know, they get these picks, they get the zone caps from the Reef Slider, but it's not able to have lasting, sustaining pressure, which is what they desperately need. They're going to try and find themselves on the right side, but Lit Blue is finally able to get it one clean as the Wavebreaker goes down and Red Shell decides to trade out. 2v2, not looking great. Bombs and Tetris coming back online. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to disperse them long enough for Baja to get back in. Gonna try and find their way around, and Zen decides to dive forward, but it seems like they just keep losing fight after fight after fight. And even though the zone might get capped, it's just one Tetris left alone as an Explosion from behind takes him down.
And what a cap coming out from the 5 GB Wi-Fi, just halting everything from TatsuGAYri in their tracks. They are going to have to build up quite a bit of special power here. They don't really have any at the ready at the moment. They do have these Ink Strikes and that crab. That's going to be coming out right away, trying to get 5 GB Wi-Fi when they're not really expecting it. Getting that cap here is going to be great. They don't have much penalty on the side of them. Getting a trade here is going to be good, but it's not going to be quite enough. When you still have that Explo and that Junior, that is going to be a lot of contest and a lot of paint coming out, so you can't really safely move into the base of 5 GB Wi-Fi and sort of get into the position that you want to be in order to overtake this lead here. But nevertheless, they are playing this very safe here, waiting for the members of 5 GB Wi-Fi to come back into them. They have that Wavebreaker pop on the zone. They're giving themselves so much safe space here. Umbre going to be the MVP, getting 2 picks onto the side of 5 GB Wi-Fi, going in for the third, trying to get that last shot onto Lit Blue there, who is sitting up on that stack, just watching it attentively as possible. They got so close to overtaking that lead there, but that's not going to be quite enough. And Penny with the double on Inksuka, using that third shot. What?
How did that land? How did he know that person was going to be there right at the exact possible moment? Pepe has been absolutely insane on the Zuka shots this time around. These players have been absolutely stellar. The combination of the long-range pressure from Umbre shutting down Baja and the Zukas to completely shut things down. And 5 GB Wi-Fi decides to clean out TatsuGAYri on that zones match.
Never have I wanted a replay cam on this stream more than I do right now. I want to see that Inksuka one more time. Shoutouts to Elemental on that spec cam for capturing that moment. Like, hello?
Honestly,
what?
That was great. That was fantastic. Shoutouts to production, by the way. They've been great. Oh goodness, that was so clean. That was so clean.
Wi-Fi. putting TatsuGAYri in the danger zone here. Once again, I'm going to remind y'all watching that this is single elimination here. So they are in a very, very dangerous spot here. They are going to have to reverse sweep to stay in this tournament at all. So tower control Sturgeon Shipyard, probably not what I would be wanting to see if I was in the position of TatsuGAYri, especially when you get a little bit nervous and that final checkpoint, or rather the objective, or you know, the knockout is kind of far from the spawn on this map, so one wipe, which can be caused by a very good Trizuka user, can really end the game for you when they get to a certain increment of points here. So
right, that's what it's looked like.
They have
twice
to play
now.
their life here. They have to play their life.
Mm-hmm. Like the finishing touch, like the kiss of death, the finishing touch has been brought by two nice last-second Zuka shots in both of the sets that we've seen. Like, I play V-Shot plenty, right? I've hit some nice shots. I cannot get it as consistent as these gamers are doing right now. Like, they're a step above. It's so crazy how well they've been managing to not only consistently put out safe pressure from Zuka, which can be very dicey. You have to position very correctly in both of those instances. But yeah, like, they've just been making it work so well every time.
Can I just say, not to try and make myself sound cool or anything, but I've been a Zuka fan since day one of this game. Crab fans, fight me. And this stream is doing nothing but validating my feelings.
I think we all need a little bit of validation, right? I need my reflex to be validated. Anyways. Game 3, 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi, looking to close this one out. Gonna try and send home the members of TatsuGAYri packing to the next Proving Grounds. Let's see if it happens. Not a lot of change-ups. Umbra going back to that ballpoint, which worked very well in the first game. Let's see what happens on Tower Control Sturgeon.
Yeah, I mean, never really seen Umbri play this weapon before. I'm gonna say that early on while these little scrap fights happen in mid and Pepe pops another beautiful Inkzuka. I've never seen Umbri play ballpoint before, but I think Umbri is just somebody who likes playing things that are fun and enjoyable and good. And a ballpoint is one of those things, and it has the opportunity to play up front, it has the opportunity to play back, and you know, players like Umbra are going to gravitate towards it for that reason alone, because of the flexibility of that weapon, and that's why we've been seeing so much of a resurgence of it recently, because it really does it all. Not a whole lot happening in this game so far. We have seen some good picks and some, you know, slight pushing onto this map, but that's really nothing on this, you know, map mode here. It's 78. Once you start clearing that first checkpoint, the game really starts. Pepe on this flank here, gonna catch the attention of members of TatsuGAYri here, actually getting picked off without really coming out of that with anything more than maybe a bit of a delay onto this first checkpoint for them.
That could have been such a good, very good flank from Pepe. Just missed a couple of shots, and that's going to lead to a steamrolling push for TatsuGAYri as they're trying to take this one home, trying to get one game at least, win one game at a time to get this win that they need to stay in the tournament, but it's not looking like it's going to stay around for too long as they get shut down once again by Umbri's very flexible ballpoint. Valha's able to jump in, though. It's never over, especially with the Tetras that can keep you distracted. And the members of TatsuGAYri are going to be able to set up, try and get a nice defense here, and prevent them from breaking through that checkpoint.
Yes, and it's just been this so far in the game, and this is where things really start happening. Now both teams have cleared that first checkpoint here. We have Umbri on that tower, not going to move their feet very much off of that. Spotting Baha onto that snipe there. That's going to be a great foresight for Umbri, knowing that somebody is going to be sitting there on the defensive side, popping that Inkjet while their teammate hops onto that tower. We are now getting into that danger zone of the 20. If they get a couple more picks here, this could be spelling the end of the tournament for TatsuGAYri here. 2 down on either side. That Inkzuka from Pepe is going to be coming out once again, and it's just going to be Zen trying to defend the tower. Everybody's going to be getting on there. Baha's going to go down, and that is going to be it. That is the 3-0 victory for 5 gigabyte Wi-Fi.
3-0? That just felt like 3 quick knockouts, right? Like it just felt like they had there were some good fights, right? Like both of those games could have gone either way, but 5 GB Wi-Fi was clean that entire set. The entire set they were able to not only consistently get good pushes going, but shut down the ideas that the enemies presented. The Tetras could never really get in the ways that they wanted to. The splashes really didn't have a chance to pop those crabs and make sure that they had full usage of them. This is what you want to see from a team that's really trying to push the limits of the meta and make sure that they tell people, hey, our weapons are fine. It's a skill issue. Watch us do this thing. And they prove it. And on proving grounds, they prove it, which I think is poetic.
They're proving their grounds.
Yeah.
Who up proving their grounds?
Me. I'm always
No,
up
we are literally some of the only people involved in this tournament who are not proving their grounds right now. That's literally everybody playing. We're just backseating at this point, Magic. We're just
Oh, you don't have to put it like that.
We
Come
are
on.
projecting our grounds.
We're part of the the show.
Parting our grounds. We are grounds.
Oh, we do have the replay?
Ayo? Hold on.
Shoots that. Shoots down the torpedo. Gets the kill anyways. Sees missed right there and knows exactly the timing to fire it off. That's insane.
Yeah, seeing that launch coming out from the spawn, turning their face because they know they're going to be respawning here. Wait for it. Oh, I got one more shot. I see somebody. They're gonna drop off there. What an insane shot. I love that this is in black and white.
Right, I was about to say
like
the same thing.
years ago. This was like a whole 5 minutes ago, but like
Vintage
we'll go with it.
Perfect. And that's honestly what it looked like. It looked like it could have been framed and put in a museum, and we look at it and go, "Wow!" Like that was good.
I hope that's a thing one day, like 100 years from now, in the esports
Splatoon
museum.
Hall of Fame.
After Splatoon becomes a real esport and people recognize it, and then we'll all be dead by then. But they will be playing our clip, and they're like, "Whoa, look at that Inksuka! What a pioneer of the sport of Inksuking!"
the first ever Inkzuka shot that got clipped. You know what I mean? You're gonna be looking back on this like it's the Dark Ages, by the way. I don't think people realize that. Like we are in the throes of it right now. Like people talk about how early baseball is like we only have like the limited records of what happened, what went down.
We got a 4x4 from Home Depot, and we use that to make. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. That's gonna be it from us. We're gonna.
Oh, don't just do one set, or are we taking a break?
No.
The Magic's just trying to silence me.
I'm trying to silence whatever that accent was.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Right now, it looks like pick up the number 2 seed, which is a bunch of players from formerly from DNA.
Okay.
Formerly,
I saw currently. I think Synapse is there. I don't know who else. Yeah.
Oh.
Did they disband? I don't think so.
I thought that they said something. I could be wrong.
I think they just hide in the shadows and then play League at like 2 in the morning to pick on kids. I'm just kidding.
Important though, Crab Ford F-150 is currently 2-0 over Atlas Earth. Atlas Earth is a pickup of Noob, Toast, Birch, and one other player from Sonder, who I can't think.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. And that's the number 3 seed. Crab Ford F-150 is a pickup of Locke, SBPC, Nishi, and I think one other player that I can't think of right now. But that's crazy. That's going to be a really good result if that 2-0 ends up going all the way through. Cherry Limeade is up 2-1 over Red Sun, which is looking really good. Like Cherry Limeade's looking like a pretty good in this tournament, especially if they take that result. And Bet is up 2-1 over Decay, which is another strong pickup. There's a lot of good players in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've said this before. It's been very stacked so far. I'm interested in the match of Cherry Limeade versus Red Sun, and the viewer in me wants to just like open like Lily's stream. I think Lily is streaming.
Oh, are they streaming?
Oh, Pika's streaming. So I could
Pog?
just watch that and be very unprofessional and not pay full attention to the stream. I'm totally not doing that right now.
Definitely
Just
not.
for the
surely,
just on
surely.
record, it's not happening. But I will
Top Gun,
maybe
Top
have
Gun, I
an
promise we're
update.
being good little kids.
Wait! I think it's going to game 5. Oh wait, I don't know this, but maybe it's going to game 5.
It's going to game 5? Hold on.
Oh, hold on.
Hold the phone.
Hold on. Can we snipe this?
Is there any chance?
Can we like scream at them right now?
Oh, Decay is a new team. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that makes sense. Fun. I pay so much attention to Twitter, but that team has players like Axiom, IB Wumi, Junkie, Chris, Johan, really good players who have all been proving themselves recently. This is already turning into a great tournament. This is already turning into an instant classic.
Absolutely. I mean, this one will go into the books. Oh my gosh, it's so tiny.
What is happening?
Look, Twitch can't see what we're looking at right now, but
Oh,
it's so cute. I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, are
you
we gonna
actually
watch?
gonna-
Are we gonna
are we
watch
gonna
Game
do
5? Hey yo! I'm so sorry,
Please.
Pika David, for the plagiarizing we're about to do.
Yeah, somebody ping
don't
them
tell them.
afterwards.
Shoutouts to Pika. There's 50, 57, 52, bunch of people watching that right now. On Pika's stream, so obviously this is like the hype match right now. Oh, hey-oh!
Wait!
Oh, we're gonna watch it! Oh, this is great! Hey, this is a
IPL
great way to
definitely
fill the
doing
time.
things that they shouldn't be doing, but it's okay. It's for the content.
It's for the content. Shoutouts to Pika. Please follow Pika.
Everybody go follow Pika.
Yeah.
Pika
Dave 465 on Twitch. I'm gonna add him in the chat. Dave.
I wonder if the Pika will go through.
He's not in the chat, so they're not in the chat, so it'll be fine.
So we got Cherry Limeade versus In Control Red Sun, Game 5 in round 3 of Proving Grounds 11, and this is Clamblitz on Manta Maria, as we see the craziness that is Limeade going up against Splash Ballpoint Machine Splash on the side of In Control Red Sun, the members of Crim, Silver, Nico, and the rest of the craziness that is In Control.
Yes, and I mean, we're getting that Pika Dave POV here. We're seeing these sloshes coming out onto the top here. I mean, a lot of nerds are going to be going into this, but this is a really good pick of weapons, a good assortment coming out from both teams for the map in question. But trying to sort of guard this has backfired with multiple members of In Control coming out to sort of combat that, knowing that there is going to be somebody up there waiting. So, you know, watching out, getting in the position to sort of defend against whatever In Control has here. And I don't think I've seen quite this kind of showing from In Control against Cherry Limeade just yet. I could be totally wrong, but this is really exciting.
I think you're right. Yeah. Like, for what I remember, In Control has not been having a great track record against Limeade. The fact that they're going to Game 5 means that they've really stepped up their game and improved themselves a lot. But Crim, pairing up with Pika here, are going to be able to find one. And that crab spot could have been really huge for them, but a good team up and takedown means that they get to take that one for the team. Shiny is in, by the way, which I think is really important.
No! Wait. Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Wait, come back! Popgun said no.
Popgun said no. I think we're going to be cutting to a short break before we get to top 8. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Yeah. We'll see you after that, and then we'll have top 8. We'll see you soon.
Don't worry about it.
But you should go watch Pika if you don't want to watch ads. Welcome back once again to Proving Grounds number 11. It's still me, Siren. I'm still with Magic. Things are all the same for the most part here. And we are going to be looking at top 8 very soon. It is going to be Decay versus Mictlan heroes. I know we saw like a short glimpse before we got slapped on the wrist by Popgun of that Cherry Limeade versus In Control set there. I will have you guys know, as you can see from this beautiful bracket layout here, that Red Sun actually did end up taking that in game 5 there, so we will be seeing them in top 8. Well, maybe not us, but they will be in top 8 as we move on here. And so potential to see them later on in the tournament as well in that top 4 part of the bracket. But as it is right now, we are going to be staring at that Decay and Mictlan Heroes set. I think you might know a little bit more about Decay than I do, Magic, so take it from here.
So Decay is, I mean, I know a little bit. I've heard Axiom. I've played in sets against players like Ibibumi and Logan and Chris. You know, like I've run into them occasionally, and they're all very strong players. You know, nothing super exciting about them, but they're just solid. they're all just solid. You know what I mean? Like they play well. They don't. Come on, man.
There's a lot of people on that roster. I wonder if Keto is like a sub for tonight, and that was added on, or if this is just sort of a thing like, oh, this is the team we have sub on Battlefy, and every time we add a sub, we don't remove it, so we just have like 10 people on the roster. So it really just could be any 4 of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players that are listed off here. Mictlan, more or less, unless one of them can't play, will sometimes sub in and out of their players based on the map mode, which, you know, they've been playing with each other since the dawn of life. So dawn of time, that's the right term I was looking for. So, you know, we'll see them perhaps switch in and out during the set, but there's not much to say about Decay right now until we really get a look at who is going to be in that lobby.
Mm-hmm. But we can say a lot about Mictlan. That sounds so weird to say, and I know that I have like some kind of just like I cannot conceptually understand how to say their name, even though it's right in front of me. One Shot's a great E-Leader player, right? Has been very consistent on that weapon for a long time, and Dafter and Cass are solid frontliners. This team has been around the block, and Decay needs to find some way around the combination of like super scary long range and then really aggressive front range.
Okay. I mean, well, thinking about it in the sense of the bracket, they just came off of a Game 5 victory against Bet, which is, you know, they won last time, I believe. So, like, that is no small feat at all. They've got to be feeling really good. They have a lot of momentum going for them. And I think if Bet can beat Mictlan Heroes, and they can beat Bet, there is a decent shot at them taking this set here. But, you know, sometimes it really just is a matter of rock, paper, scissors in this game. And, you know, one team you beat might be a different matchup for the other. So we are going to be getting into this game 1 here on Umami Zones. This map isn't as bad as people say it is, but, you know, it can be a little hard to come back in sometimes.
Your mom 3-1? Oh, where'd the stream go? Okay, we're good. One shot. One shot looking to hole up on the right side here, trying to keep things down. Fortunately, those trip strikes and Junkie on this brush are going to be leading the charge, taking down the members of Mictlan and getting a first good cap onto the zone, onto both zones for Decay, as they're trying to just chill in position, wait for Mictlan to get a little bit too far forward and move in. Tetra's going down, but that's a great spot for the brush. Not going to be able to find multiple. Really wanted to see that happen, and One Shot gets taken down by an insane inkjet shot from the other side from Kito, and this is a lockout from Decay.
Yes, a lockout that Mictlan is going to have to really try to get back in on. We see that ballpoint backing up onto the top mid advantage position for them, just trying to build up another Inkjet, waiting for Mictlan to make their move first. Once again, they are going to be backing up into the zone here. Cass is going to be leading the charge for Mictlan, followed up by this Booyah Bomb here that is going to at least neutralize one of the zones here, but Decay is able to somehow cap that back, get this important pick onto their best painters, and that is going to allow them to hold this up a little bit longer. But I do see coming into the future, that is so Raven. They are going to be able to cap this in a few seconds here if they're able to hold up this momentum and get back into the zone here. Looking like they are contesting this zone here. Getting the pick on the brush is going to be huge. Taking out the Tetras even better. So that is going to be Mictlan back in this game here, saving themselves from that quick 100-0 knockout.
We've got a long way to go. Umami can be very stally, but it can also be very bloodbathy, and both of these teams looking like they want to fight, especially with the Gal, especially with the Tetras. They want to try and start scrapping. The Zipcast goes up, and it goes out, trying to go after one shot as the Whale comes in to try and shut that down. On the other side of the map, the Tetras go down. This Inkjet trying to take down the Booyah is able to do so, but Lex is all the way up in the base. Is going to be able to find down Kino. Maybe not! A great point play, able to strafe around, and this is looking like it could be the way back in for Decay.
Decay taking this fight onto the right side here. They are going to have to dislodge that machine who has taken that top mid and claimed it for themselves. They are going to back up here. They're going to lose the zone control for the time being, but very smart for them to try and avoid this wipeout. One shot, getting the pick an Inkjet. That is going to pave the way for Mictlan and make their way back into this. The zones are going back into their favor at this point in time. One little sneaky member, that Octobrush on the side of Decay is going to slow things down for them, and that is really big for them at this point in time. Fear is going to have to pop that Booyah Bomb, stall as much as possible, waiting for the other members of Mictlan to come back into this, and that is one thing Mictlan has been displaying so well this far, is patience coming back in.
Right, they've been very good about holding their specials until everyone's around, and not going too deep, right? And that's so important, especially on a composition that can be as deadly as a ballpoint, as a brush, with the ranges that they can portray and the flanks that they can bring up. Axiom gonna try and dance around here, gonna be able to stall things out for a little bit longer. That's exactly what you want to do if you're on Decay. You want to bleed the clock and then wait for picks to happen as three go down to the side of Mictlan Heroes, as fights on the other sides of the map just keep falling as these Inkjets and these Zipcasters just cause so much havoc for the members of Mictlan Heroes. And with a minute 30 left and about a minute left on this timer, they've really got to do something about the zone.
One shot here is going to be in a position, going to be fought by that Octobrush onto the side of Decay, moving up into their faces. That Zipcaster is just causing as much chaos as possible in their base here. Once again, as you said before, bleeding that clock. Mictlan doing a really good job so far. As I said before, staying patient, knowing when to go in, knowing when to pack up and back out. But I think this is the time for them to start exerting all of their pressure. That Wavebreaker is going to come out from Cass. That is going to assist them on the pick. They're coming around here, taking the fight with the ballpoint. That could be just enough for the other members of Mictlan to cap this zone. That is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, applying that penalty to Decay here. We are seeing a 2v2, just an absolute, as you would say, Magic, a slobber knocker is happening in mid here.
It's a slobber knocker for sure. We're only on game one, and this has been so incredibly back and forth, so even. Each team trading blows back and forth, trying to get one last clean pick, but they're unable to do so. The members of Decay really need to come up huge here as this Inkjet's trying to dance around this wall, but Lex is able to dance and stay alive for so long, and it's allowed the members of Mictlan to come back in and follow up, and no one is able to stay left alive on Decay as Mictlan, the veteran team, is able to close it out on Umami.
What a close game. I really thought Decay had that in the very early moments there. Just scraping by, nearly getting that knockout multiple times in that game. But Mictlan very carefully planning out things and knowing when they had to stay on that zone, getting the picks where they absolutely needed to, clenching out that victory for them. Just very, very narrowly in those last few seconds, avoiding overtime entirely.
Holy cow. I mean, really. Both teams showed their stuff there. Mictlan just knew to stay patient, stay calm, and like be able to be. How do I want to put this? They were prepared. They were prepared to fight until the very end. And it takes a lot of mental experience and practice to do that, right? Not every team can do this. Not these younger teams, these fresh teams that are right out the gate with these players that have been, you know, on the rise recently. They don't have the experience to stay calm and stay disciplined in those scenarios. And that was really shown right there as Lex was just dancing around all these players that really desperately wanted to swarm onto him and get the picks, but they needed to stay calm and they just weren't able to.
Yes, and that can be the case when you're playing with subs and you have maybe a bit of a newer team environment. Sometimes it is hard to get that momentum first. It doesn't really come naturally to a lot of groups when they start playing together on when the right time to approach exists. And you know, when you have a lot of individual slaying power like we've been seeing from Decay so far, that can lead to games like this where just in the last moments the team that has the more experience just pulls it together at the right time because they just already have that natural chemistry coming together to hold it where it is important. I feel like I'm getting a little bit redundant here, but we are moving on to tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. This one is high favored, I would say, and we are looking at comps that are very well tailored towards this map mode specifically. As you can see there, a really good choice for both sides to have a backline on this map because it can get very scary when you lose your positioning here.
Immediately showing that off as one shot, right, is taking one down immediately to help the members of Mictlan go all the way into the base, by the way. Look at how far one shot is, and nobody's able to contest them because there are so many specials and they already are in the bats areas is Fear. Finally some trip strikes going down, but this Wavebreaker is going to definitely stop them for the time being. A nice pick onto Axiom, although there's one behind. Focusing on one shot there is not going to get you where you need to go. You need to fight front to back. You need to keep the people in front of you. You can't just be going on these stray flanks, especially when all of your team is going to go down anyways. Lix pops another whale, and this will look like it's going to be a clean push to the end siren.
Absolutely, here getting onto the bats here is going to be very integral for Mictlan to get this knockout at this point in time. Lex not quite getting there at this point. Axiom is going to be able to clean that out a little bit longer. They are spotting out one shot on this this box here on the one side, so able to spot that. Oh, the splash wall is just barely going to stop that re-slider short of getting what would have obviously been a double with that jump in. So not the position you want to be in right now. Everyone knows where you are, and you are, you know, very far from this tower, which is now getting into knockout territory.
This Wavebreaker preventing Axiom from doing what he wanted to do, although the members of Decay were able to clean up that checkpoint area and prevent any more points from bleeding through. Mictlan has total control of mid at this point. One shot is absolutely unafraid. He's able to take down Axiom as soon as he tries to make one step forward. It seems like Axiom really just cannot get anything going, and when you have a Tetras that feels like they're not doing anything at all, it's just going to start snowballing into feeding and, like, really, really desperate play, which is not what you want to be doing here.
Yes, and Mictlan really doesn't have to do that much for the remaining 3 minutes of this game. They've already made their mark, and at this point, they can kind of just hold down mid, take fights, and even if they lose them, they're just going to be right back in their base, ready to stop Decay if they even dare overstep just a little bit here, which is what we're starting to see happen. That bubble is going to be popped onto the bats. That's going to be a really good defensive position for them to hold up against this first checkpoint here. One shot also in a great spot to be stopping anything here. That Tetris is going to come in and try and make their presence known, and going to get picked off once again by an insane shot from one shot there. Junkie is going to be causing chaos, but it's not going to be doing a whole lot much when, you know, you're still dealing with that second checkpoint here from the side of Decay.
Right, they need to push through just a little bit more before they can feel safe, feel happy, and unfortunately to go down as they're trying to get to that clean spot. Chris able to jump away, not going to get taken down, just making sure that that Booyah isn't going to stop their push completely, and they smartly backed off so that Kite could get this Inkjet going over on. It is able to find 2, maybe 3. One shot has to dip and dive, and this is looking really good for the members of Decay.
Yes, they are moving their way towards that third checkpoint there. That is the final one, and they only need to make a quarter of the ticks to get through that there. It's only going to be the junior up on the side of Mictlan Heroes. This is going to be the lead for Decay. They are coming back into this one. Mictlan Heroes not quite having the safest push they could possible, and taking that risk that is going to lose that for them here with only a minute left. Members are still going down. It's going to be a 4-up versus 1 remaining member of Decay. So Mictlan is on the back foot here. They're going to have to be moving back into their base. That is going to be just a little bit harder for them than Decay had, as they do have that E leader, which may make that positioning a little bit harder, but we've seen from before that it is no big challenge for Mictlan here. It's very possible, and it's well within their abilities.
Oh, it's well within their abilities. They've been here so many times before. It just takes one good pick to get things started, and they're trying to find their way in. The tower's pushing up a little bit too far. Cass is going to get caught out from the strikes. Gonna be able to find one more. Junkie trying to shark. That's 3 down. This ballpoint on this inkjet has been so crucial and has been absolutely tearing apart the members of Mictlan's coordination. This is looking really, really good for Decay. They just need to hold on just a little bit longer.
Yes, Decay doing sort of the same approach we saw from Mictlan like a few minutes ago in this game here, just holding on to mid. They do have some members in some safe spaces here. We see Keto on that ballpoint, staying back in their base, not trying to challenge anything that they don't have to here. Going to be going down off of screen. That is going to allow One Shot to get back onto the tower, but they are going to be very careful here. You're seeing all this orange paint that is still remaining, so Cass is going to be riding that tower for a little bit, trying to paint all the surrounding areas. Going to be popping that bubble kind of early on. The ink strikes are going to get that.
That's so smart.
The zip caster that's flying right on the tower. What a coordinated effort from Decay to clear that instantly.
That was so smart. I never even thought of that, which is hilarious. Like the zip cast as soon as everything goes down. I knew as soon as they started pushing in, as One Shot was just chilling on the tower and nobody was pushing ahead of it, like, oh, this might not go well for them. Like, they don't have everything that they need for this push, but Decay just allowed them no opportunities. The GG zip strike is something I never thought I would say.
Who needs Booyah Bomb? Like, we got Booyah Bomb at home. This. So Rainmaker Scorch Gorge is going to be the game 3 in this set. We are at least guaranteed a game 4 at this point in time, and that's only if one of these teams absolutely just dominates the set from this point onwards. And Scorch Gorge we did see very early on in this tournament having a very fast game, so I'm maybe looking forward to get something closer to a 5-minute game instead of a 1-minute game, because I do miss this map. It is one of my favorites. What are your thoughts on this one?
Rainmaker Scorch is, I mean, it's a map that exists in the game. It's really heavily contested. Like it's so hard to get something going, but as soon as you do, as soon as you find that small opening, like it's very, very fun, right? Like that's my opinion of it. It's just like, I don't know if it's like the most competitive map mode ever, but it's very fun to try and just weasel your way in to get some movement with the Rainmaker to get those extra points, right? I feel like it's a very mechanics heavy map mode, and both of these teams have shown that they have very good mechanics, so let's see what they can make happen.
Yes, and coordination is always going to be coming into play when it comes to Rainmaker here. Deciding who is going to pick that up can be a bit of a challenge, I've noticed, in these very aggressive comps, because everybody wants to fight, nobody wants to grab the big fish, but let it be known that Decay probably has a plan for this already in place. That is going to be 2 members down onto the side of Mictlan. That is going to be a grab coming out from that Jet Squelcher. Oh, never mind, not Jet Squelcher. Doesn't matter. Chris grabbed that Rainmaker, is going to be firing some shots here with that Inkjet coming out on the side, anticipating that Booyah Bomb is going to be able to dodge around that here, and that is going to be 3 down, nearly a full wipe onto the side of Mictlan Heroes here. It's just going to be that 52 gal who is forced to pop that killer whale up on that top right to try and stop that, but not quite making a dent in this, and they might knock this out, please.
Don't do it again. We can't have another. We can't have another minute.
I need more time on this map.
We can't have another minute knockout. Not again. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. That was so... I want to talk about how Decay has been so incredibly aware of the specials of Mictlan Heroes that they've been able to dodge like every single booyah that's been thrown at them. And that takes forethought. That takes so much awareness and skill. And speaking of skill, Lex is just expertly dodging both players, including a reslider, and able to take down a lot of people that just got thrown his way. Trip strikes are going to be online, so Mictlan isn't feeling super safe to push right now, but they're going to just try and wait it out, bait it out, and they've got the Booyah going for themselves. Let's see if Decay can react expertly one more time.
Yes, and when they are running out of time on this clock here, Cass is going to move up to that pedestal, able to get that dunk, which is going to be really good for them. That Tacticooler is almost ready there. You can see Cass painting up, trying to get that, getting it ready for that push. They're popping it there, but not quite reaping the benefits at this point in time. That Tacticooler is not going to do them a whole lot of justice right now. It is just going to be Junkie on that Octo Brush, living this whole experience out and making it back into mid, opting to sort of build up this space for Decay to rev up for their next push here.
It seemed like such a smart thing to do, right? Get this special down and so that you could get everything going, you could get everything faster. But that was such a greedy play from Cass and needed to back up and not put himself in a bad position as Axiom goes huge, getting 2 with a reslider to clear out the way. And although Lex gets this pick, it's looking really good on the side of Decay to keep this one going and really just make sure that Mictlan cannot get a solid push going.
Yes, Axiom playing this extremely sneaky, very much in the Tetris spirit, staying in this little corner here, trying not to get spotted by members of Mictlan Heroes, but they do know that is there. You can't really hide too long there when you just painted a puddle to shark in after they already were shooting at you, but, you know, I'll keep that to myself for now. They have popped this Tacticooler successfully this time, so Lex going to be able to move up here, going to take any fight that they can, knowing that they will reap the benefits of that Tacticooler, going to be able to get back in there as quick as possible. It's just going to be Junkie once again left onto the side of Decay, who is just going to stand here and try and say, hey, this is my pillow, get away from it. I am not letting you guys move any further than that first checkpoint with that Rainmaker. There's a minute left and we are going to hold on to this 31 push for dear life and just pop everything we can at this Rainmaker to slow you.
I don't think he saw Lex go by. Lex is in the base. That's really important. Can Lex end up getting a couple of picks behind and is going to shut down this? Not soon enough. Not soon enough. And unfortunately, Mictlan's tank has run out of gas one more time. Decay looking like they are in the driver's seat of their own car, which is absolutely full on the gas tank.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like, looking at this one, it just feels like Decay is trying to hold on to that 31 push, and I wouldn't say that is the safest thing to do here.
No.
One shot is going to be popping that Rain into the base. That Zipcaster is just going to be trying to stop that Rainmaker here, but it looks like they were sneakily able to grab that. It's just going to be one shot with that Zipcaster there, getting the assist onto it. That is going to be 2 down. They are starting to stagger here. They're going to have to pop that Inkjet and these Ink Strikes just to do something about Cass here. Able to get that pick there as well, but getting taken out by that Jet Squelcher. Actually, the 52 gal, Lexus is going crazy in their base, knows where that Octo Brush is. That is the one sole survivor. This could very well be the lead. They're moving up down to 39. If they pop this again, they're going to have that special power. They're going to have all this paint in their base. They're going to be able to move up here. That Killer Rail is going to be coming out onto the Rainmaker shield. They're backing it up, letting Decay pop it on their own. Junkie is going to jump off the map. That's going to reset the Rainmaker with 10 seconds left. Yes, they are going to have to run back to pop this Rainmaker. They only have 6 seconds, and you don't want one of your greatest slayers to pick up the weapon, but that's what's going to happen here. Lex, pick up the slack.
There's 2 down on the side of Decay. This is actually not the worst possible scenario. They've got specials. There's still a lot of time before that Inkjet comes online as well as the Trip Strikes. But if Axiom comes in and starts wreaking havoc, they might just get pincered. Cass has nowhere to go, and they barely clutch it out on the side of Decay.
Absolutely
overtime.
Triangulated location from that Zipcaster there. They were just spinning circles around them. What a game coming out from Decay.
What a game.
What a game.
They played so well. Like, they had all of the defensive resources at their hands every single time, and as soon as one person got a little bit too far forward, they were always ready to collapse. Just the slight overextensions from Mictlan Heroes got punished, and that's so important. That's something that we don't see out of these teams that are just breaking into the higher levels. This is really, really good. This is a great showing that they can do this against a team that's so experienced as Mictlan. They've got one more to go. Mictlan has been in these situations before and come out on top plenty of times. But they've got a really good shot here on Clams Museum because I think that this is one more map that they can do really well on.
Yeah, I mean, Clan Blitz on Museum is definitely a map that you see played a lot differently based on the skill levels of the teams going in it. I've noticed this, you know, kind of after talking to some people about this particular map mode, and it's night and day the way people play this, and I feel like at a certain level of skill, there is always a game plan on how people want to get into this. They always take it a little bit differently here. I don't remember off the top of my head the way that Mictlan approaches this one, but, you know, they're going to have some sort of plan here, and that can be really hard to break through when you're, you know, maybe still getting into this. But Decay has been so dominant so far in the set. I want to be able to see their mechanics push them through this game as well, but you never really know. This is a map mode, all right.
This is a map mode. Heck yeah, it is. We're gonna see. It could be a stalemate. It could be a bloodbath. It's just gonna depend on how these teams want to play. There's a Tetris player here, so it's gonna lean towards the bloodbath. Is my inclination. We just have to see if they can convert anything off of that, right? Because that's the real challenge here, is whether or not those man-down situations turn into productive pushes. Game set for Decay. Can they set Mictlan Heroes home before top 4?
That's a great question, and I would like to see it not happen that way, because I just want to keep commentating. The set is crazy, and I want more of it. But very early on here, we of course see that traditional museum painting, people moving up as far as possible. Decay is really trying to get in the faces of Mictlan very early on, not quite paying off. That is going to be 2 of their most aggressive members going down here. Keto getting chased. As a result, it is just going to be that Octo brush left, and that will be a collapse for Mictlan to move back in here. They do have that power clam ready, and they are going to be getting things started off very quickly here. That bubble is coming out. They are ready to push this as far as they can in the early seconds of the game while they have this opportunity shining, waiting for them.
Not going to be able to find a way in is Lex, excuse me. Gonna get shut down. Not a great push. Like, you never want that opening push to be, you know, just one power clam, but they've got the good positioning here, right? Which is what they really needed. They didn't overextend and overcommit to a push where they were all going to go down and end up just getting like a 50 push on them right afterwards, which is important. So we're going to have to see if Decay can take this and run with it. The trip start going out is a good start, as well as the Zipcaster coming through, but they need to find picks, and they're able to find one on one shot who was looking like it was a little bit too far forward. The Bubbler going to get able to hold this area down, but all of mid is purple, and Siren, this is looking pretty good for Decay if they can just hold on to mid.
If they can hold on to mid. They have been a little bit antsy, I think, so far in the set, which has paid off in the previous map mode, but they have to be careful here. Lex is just spying on them from behind here, is going to be trying to get the jump onto this Inkjet, which he kind of patiently waiting here. They have drop roller. That is going to be a very sad end to Lex. Just absolutely getting smacked as backfire for that strategy there. So it is going to be a bit of a difficult moment for them here. They have lost that lead, and you know, trying to clear Chris out of their plat is going to maybe hinder their progress moving back in the way they may have liked to. But yeah, once again, Decay has just not dropped any level of pressure. Axiom still under the basket here. I feel like it's been like a minute of just Decay sitting in their base, one member at a time, and never quite clearing it. It's like it is mosquito gameplay. That's what I'll call
mosquito gameplay? Like they're
Yeah.
sucking the blood out of them?
No, like you smack one and then there's 10 more on your ankles.
Ah, okay. But eventually all that blood's gonna drain away, right? Yeah.
It's mosquitoes magic.
Right? No, they suck blood! Am I crazy? Well, you know what's crazy?
How many mosquitoes would you use? There's only 4!
There were 3 power clans that almost went in. One player missed, which really sucks for if you're on the side of Mictlan. That could be the difference between who wins this game and who doesn't. But Mictlan is in control right now. They've got good control of mid. They're able to keep Keto back. They just need to hold it down for a little bit longer and make sure that they can't get the safe jumps in. Keep the map yellow. Keep them waiting until the specials come through. And Lex gets killed on his wall. That's so big. There's 2 power clams. This could be the lead.
Oh, Chris is gonna get it out of the basket here. We do see Keto holding that power clam as well in the inkjet. They're gonna have to be careful about this landing here. That reef slider is gonna be posing as a great distraction here, but everybody's got their eyes on Keto on the side of Mictlan Heroes, trying to stop them getting close to that basket. They are gonna be trying to hold on to that narrow lead that they are holding at the moment, but you know, Keto staying alive here is gonna be more important than anything. With only a minute left, you're gonna be holding on to that objective as hard as you possibly can, and that's exactly what we are seeing here. But getting dived very quickly, Lex taking advantage of the fact that he has a two-shot weapon and is just going to get the jump on them as fast as possible. They are going to want to extend it as much as possible. Wait, what?
Huh? I guess Junkie found a way all the way into the base, but all of a sudden the jump got perfectly camped, which is ridiculous, by the way. There's only like a 1-frame window for that to happen before they can throw the clam. All of a sudden, Decay's on the back foot. There's people behind them. There's people in front of them. They're trying to get this push going so desperately, but it's not going to land. Keto's going to land in mid. There's nobody there, though. They don't have the clams. They don't have the presence, and Axiom's just going to go down one more time, sharking on the right side. They've got 30 seconds to try and hold on for dear life and get this game win, but Mictlan wants this so badly.
Oh, and that is the risk you run when you sort of have to drop your power clam and rely on the results coming out of your inkjet in order to make a move at that point in the game there. And when you're dealing with such a narrow lead like this, they only need one power clam and one clam to break through that and get that just the tiniest little lead here. It's only going to be 10 seconds left. There is going to be overtime for Decay here, but Mictlan has been known to have a very rock-solid defense, and they are not going to falter at this point. They do have a bubble user on their team. They have a booyah user. They have all this ready here. That bubble is going to get popped. It's going to get stopped very early on. Those ink strikes are coming out. They are running in here. That booyah is going to come in clutch, and Lex is going to get the trade. Chris, under the basket here, is going to get that, and they only need the one, and they take it!
Wow, that was so tight. The way that they had to make every single moment of that play count perfectly to get that win. The execution was off the charts. Like I was saying at the beginning of the game, it's not exactly just the use special win game. You need to execute perfectly. You need to throw the trip strikes when the bubble gets popped. You need to shark people out. You need to wait for the players that you know are going to be hiding in the wings to come out for you and then kill them anyways. You need to pop that inkjet after you throw that power clam so that you can get all of the mileage out of that push that you need, all in the matter of 15 freaking seconds, and they did it.
Yes, and I think, you know, just a little bit of nerves coming out from the side of Mictlan. You saw a lot of those defensive specials that they could have used all at once, kind of getting popped one at a time and going, hey, oh, maybe this thing will stop them. Oh, wait, nope, they have ink strikes and that's gonna stop it right there. Okay, well, no worries. We have the Booyah Bomb and we have Lex running through it as well. Not gonna be quite enough when you just have one member who can run through, toss that power clam in, and follow it up by one little clam that's just sitting there stray. That is so difficult in those times, is just, you know, managing the clams and trying to prevent those situations from happening. But, like, I can't even hold that against Mictlan because, like...
No!
Like, how are you gonna stop that there? You threw everything at it.
No, it was just a bad situation that they found themselves in, right? You just kind of have to prevent that situation from happening, which is so hard to see ahead of time. Oh, what a game we play. The game that is Splatoon.
Clam Blitz, it is just a Clam Blitz game after all. So before we pass this off over to Fusion and Rissa to continue the rest of the tournament and take it off, we will be looking at this bracket here. Once again, it's gonna be pick up and picking up, which is... This is what I wanted. I was talking about this before, and this is hilarious.
Stream, yeah.
I really hope you guys stream that, so that Fusion and Rissa have no choice but to be calling it pickup. Oh, picking up is now. Oh, but pickup. So, well, I think that's naturally what's gonna happen now because Decay.
Yeah, no, it has to.
Oh boy. Well, y'all are in for a fun time. Unfortunately, Crab Ford F-150, which is like my favorite name in this tournament, has now gone down in a 3-0 to picking up. So, very strong set coming out from both pickup and picking up, taking up the 3-0 win on both of their opponents. Things looking a little closer on the upper half of that bracket there. But, I mean...
Anything can happen.
anything can happen. Anything can happen, and I will be looking forward to see who moves on to the finals from these sets as well.
Exactly. This is double elimination now. There's no more single elim. All of these teams are going to have 2 chances to make sure that they can stay alive, stay on their feet, and get this big dubski. But that's going to be it from us. Thank you so much to IPL for having us on. I really appreciate all the people that go into making this thing happen, especially our wonderful production people who Elemental is in the studio with us right now. The studio. I want to be.
Okay,
I want to
sure.
sound professional. The virtual studio.
Live room 1 in IPL production.
Sorry, where can people find you?
Siren Banshee on all the social media. Find me on Assault and Pepper in Splatoon. Don't DM me GG if we play against each other though, because I will cry. I feel like that's gonna do the opposite effect. But oh, okay. Well, where can they find you? I'm sure you've already said this, but I'm having a senior citizen moment, so go on.
No, I didn't say it yet. You can find me at Twitter at magic_octo. Thank you very much. I believe our next match is going to be ready very quickly. Fusion and Rissa, good luck. Thank you everyone for watching. Stay tuned. We'll be back on shortly.
Bye.
Hello. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Proving Grounds. We are here in top 4. I'm Fusion. I am joined tonight by the lovely Rissa, and we will be finishing off this tournament for you guys, and we have an incredible matchup planned out for you guys. How do you feel about this one, Rissa?
I know that Siren. Oh, I was listening, and I know Siren is so excited to hear us say pick up versus picking up. Don't you love when, you know, sometimes you're just trying to enter a tournament really quickly and all you can think of is the word pickup. So this is going to be very fun to say. But also, looking at these teams, first thing here I'm noticing is the team pickup. Very familiar players, Synapse, Kiwi, Brandon, and Luke, very strong players. And actually, I was talking with Fusion right before this too, the team picking up. I'm actually not too familiar with these players, so getting to see them making it to top 4, that's always exciting when you see a team that you're not familiar with making it far in the bracket.
I've definitely seen Captain Happy around, and I think the same for Dragon. But I can't recall exactly what weapons they play. I don't want to be like, I don't know them, but I'm excited to see, but I don't know them, but I'm excited to see. You know how it is. Also, thing I just noticed from earlier in the tournament, that team called Crab Ford F-150. I think the Ford F-150 is a pickup.
Oh.
it's a pickup truck joke.
Wait, oh my gosh.
So I love that name.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I love that you got that because I would have not connected those dots. That's hilarious.
But yeah, you come here not for the FT win versus Starburst. You come here for pickup versus picking up. That's what this is all about.
That's what our Saturday night's about.
Exactly. On a different night actually this time, but it looks like we're just gonna hop right into it on Inkblot Tower Control. A perennial classic. Oh man, what have we got here? We do see the Stamper coming out and Brandon on the Squeezer. Ooh, Squeezer is one of those weapons that you never see, but I feel like anytime anyone pulls it out, it's looking a little bit spicy.
I completely agree. I was going to say the same thing. You don't see those squeezers a lot, but when players do play them, they're usually really, really good with them. And their Inkzukas, those always stand out to me too. They're constantly, getting picks with those. Now, looking at this match also, it looks like picking up. Thank you, the colors. Picking up, getting the tower first initially, but I really like that pickup backed up. They're regrouping really fast, and they immediately shut down that push that started.
Yeah, already pickup rebounding really quickly from that. Oh my goodness, rebounding very quickly from that push from picking up and is already swarming onto the enemy plat. The tower's still only at that first checkpoint. They're burning all of their specials very early. I don't know how much longer this push is going to last as picking up comes back from spawn, has that crab tank active before the tower rolls into that second checkpoint. This is looking a little bit grim, but it's dangerous if you end up dropping into the bats, especially on Synapse. On that 52 gal, extremely dangerous, extremely deadly. And that seems to be guiding pickup forward on this push, but momentum seems to be slowing down just a little bit as picking up gets some more paint control back onto their plot.
Yeah, Captain Happy there was able to use their crab to just stall out some space for their team and then did drop down there trying to make an aggressive play, and unfortunately with all this green ink around was not quite able to capitalize off of that. And like you said, Fusion, with Synapse just sitting here on this 52 constantly throwing out walls, I would be scared to drop down into this. This would be a very scary sight to see. So there's just continuous pressure as Pickup is already through that third checkpoint and close to KO territory.
Yeah, and the action is picking up here as picking up drops back from their spawn and gets a pick. Lan-K picks out Kiwi on the right side of the plat, tries to move in, but they're unable to find one there. Looks like picking up is going to be able to gather some more paint control. They need multiple members up if they're going to find an opening here. They need to pick their fights wisely. They need to get back into mid and do exactly what they just did there. And things are looking a little bit better for them as they try and gather that control they need to get a push started of their own.
I really like that picking up instantly ran into mid and started painting mid. That's so important to make sure that you have the map controlled before you start pushing the tower. And in doing so, they were able to take down 2 members of pickup. So now, Happy here, Captain Happy was riding the tower, but I didn't see what stopped them. And speaking of just stopping one member, that's a complete wipe onto picking up. And once again, pickup is already pushed forward. They are not hesitating on taking space. And when there's Luke on the machine and Synapse on this 52, that's a scary sight to see running at your base.
Yeah, just look at these plays here as Luke gets several picks for pickup and moves into picking up's base. They get multiple picks, and that's going to enable the push to continue moving forward. Stan with the Zipcaster trying to help break their team out of spawn, but it looks like at this point pickup is just able to hold their ground extremely well. If you're going to be able to drop in the snipe, you need multiple people or none at all. Multiple people do end up pushing in there, clearing out Synapse, but man, this game has been all pickup so far.
It really has. It has been all pickup. They are just consistently holding mid, consistently holding space that they need to. A really nice Booyah Bomb there coming out from Doragon, I believe that was. Yeah, Doragon, and then now I really like the Doragon also used that Booyah Bomb to get that right side space and is now sharking that area too. Looks like, though, whoever they were able to get with that Booyah Bomb was called out because Synapse there instantly shut down that Shark. And now we do have a minute left of this match. And with 2 members down on the side of picking up, they're really going to have to figure out what they need to do in order to get more points on the board.
Yeah, I kind of hate to say it, but it looks like this game is... it feels like a bit of a skill difference. It feels like Pickup is just able to get in on their own, and Picking Up is going to need to work together very cohesively if they're going to be able to get this push going. Kiwi behind throws the strikes at the tower. That's going to delay the push, and that's going to be enough to stop this tower from getting any further. Synapse moving in on their own against 2, not able to get a pick. Picking Up is going to be able to find that first checkpoint as 2 go down on Pickup's side. Things are looking a little bit better for them, but they're going to need a huge push with 20 seconds left in the game.
Captain Happy once again here riding the tower and is actually able to get a pick onto Brandon. Now they are doing everything they can to dodge and weave here to make sure that they ride the tower but don't go down in the process. And they have to be really careful too. You can tell that Pickup is just sitting back, just waiting because they know that they had that huge lead and they, could just sit back and get specials if they really needed to. So Pickup there taking game 1 of the set versus Picking Up. Whew, that was pretty dominant.
Incredible. Their Pickup. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, Pickup is definitely playing much like their name. It's less talk, more action, They got the shorter name, which in my muddled in the muddled brain of mine, I'm like, yeah, they're playing more clean and all their plays just get straight to the point. And don't have an ing attached for some reason, and a space. That space is a lot of space. Speaking of space, Pickup did take a lot of picking up space there.
Wait. My brain is like, trying to comprehend all the word pickup. I'm gonna never want to hear this word again after this, honestly. So next game here, we will be headed to Rainmaker on Museum, as we see here on the screen. And I always highlight this when I'm commentating. No matter what mode it is on Museum, it's always, I feel like, comes down to that right side flank, right drop. And if you are not watching it and the other team is really taking advantage of using that right drop, things can get hairy pretty fast and really snowball if you are not on game and watching that. So with the way that Pickup was playing really aggressively and really fast, I could definitely see them utilizing that.
Yeah, it's going to be on Picking Up to pick up the Rainmaker and move quickly onto the enemy plat, get the picks they need, move forward, and finally make their way to the goal. We'll see what teams are able to bring out here. We see very similar things from both sides, including that Squeezer again. Very interesting kit with that splash wall. Enables it to get into fights and win them without engaging as much, without moving in quite as far. Very similar to the 52 gal, but has that Zuka to deal with the crabs. Brandon goes down on that left side. Synapse getting into a fight on the other side of the map, waiting out this crab. They're going to be able to single out Captain Happy, but Captain Happy is doing a lot of dodging. Not able to get anything though, and Pickup has an opening on the enemy plat here.
Yeah, you definitely saw what Captain Happy was going for there. Use the crab, just trying to hold this right side area for their team. But unfortunately, 3 of the members of their team did go down, and Synapse was right there to put a stop to that last remaining member of Picking Up. So with Pickup here, instantly taking mid, grabbing the Rainmaker too, with 3 members going down on their team. Luke is actually left up here on the right side, but does take down 1 member while they were holding that area. I really like, though, that Picking Up was able to completely wipe Pickup, and now they are actually taking mid very fastly and trying to get to this first checkpoint because Pickup did not get the first checkpoint for themselves.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Stan's play on the Stamper so far. They've been able to get in, get some picks, and space out most of pickup. That's kind of been slowing their momentum down a bit in this game, especially those picks on the checkpoint. Stan getting a very nice pick. That's now 2 down. That could clear the way for his checkpoint there. The Zipcaster gets yet another nice pick. Man, they just snuck right in there. They single out and call out Aim Kiwi over there. The Rainmaker's going to come in and get a dunk, and that's going to be the first lead of the set for picking up. They're going to be able to paint up the enemy plat, get a few extra points on the board. And as that happens, it looks like they're starting to lose a little bit of ground over here, but manage to get out before things get too hairy.
Yeah, I love that Stan jumped out. That was a really smart play. Unfortunately, Doragon there jumped in, not being able to react to that as fast. So now picking up here, getting on the defense. They have to be feeling good, though, knowing that Pickup has not got that first checkpoint yet, though, so they do have that little bit of leeway to try and regroup, get some specials ready for their defense right here. Synapse, being the Rainmaker carrier, the 52 gal player, is just trying to play this really carefully. You can see they're just trying to wait for a pick to finally happen, wait for some specials, and that's exactly what has happened here. They get 2 members down on the side of Picking Up. There were some tri-strikes there as well. But the defense here from Picking Up is looking so good. They were able to not let Pickup get that checkpoint. And again, they have that much more leeway to work with now that Pickup has not gotten that first checkpoint.
Stan finds a nice pick yet again on one of the members by the checkpoint. They've been stopping the Rainmaker in its tracks right before they lose that check, which is oh so important on a map like this. You only need to you barely need to go anywhere to get points on this map. That checkpoint being a blocker is super crucial to stop Pickup from just running it straight into their base. Lenke trying to lock down the middle of the map, painting up, trying to hold their plat, as Picking Up begins to play a little bit more defensively here, just waiting, painting the ground, trying to stop Rainmaker pushes from going. But they need to be extra careful that Pickup doesn't get a sneaky Rainmaker pickup and dunk it onto the pedestal, but suddenly the picks turn the other way in mid, and it looks like Picking Up manages to find 3 people down on Pickup. This could be a huge opportunity, and this is looking the best for them. This is the best look for them we've seen so far in the set.
It really is. Look at this momentum that they have. Suddenly, it feels like their synergy is really, really showing through here. And they're able to get more points on the board, so getting their score all the way down to 40. I can really feel the synergy and momentum that they have throughout this game, and they're really building it as this continues. Now, with essentially a complete wipe on the side of Picking Up, they are in this position again, where they have to get their defensive specials ready, and Pickup actually used some specials pretty early just to try and hold mid, so Pickup is going to have to figure out how to get more specials again to get the lead, to at least get through the first checkpoint, and they only have 30 seconds left to do it, so they're going to have to act fast if they want to make this happen.
Oh, yet another combo coming out from Stan. They've been just catching multiple members of Pickup unaware and stopping them before or when they just push up a little bit alone on the plat, but they go down 3 down on the side of Picking Up. But hey, any Rainmaker grabbers? There we go. They finally grab it, move it to the pedestal, and that's going to be the dunk, but they took quite a while to do so. There may be specials and some bodies coming back in from Picking Up to try and stop the Rainmaker in the nick of time. There's a crab facing the Rainmaker. I don't think that there's going to be any way to deal with this, but that whale is slowing them down quite a bit. But that's going to be enough to allow the other members of Picking Up to grab the pick on the Rainmaker, stop the lead from flowing into the other direction. The word pick is never going to mean the same thing 15 minutes from now. My brain is rotting.
I know. The more I say Picking Up, the more my brain starts rotting. I completely feel that. But man, right there at the end, I loved that crab because, not necessarily get any picks with the crab, but the longer they shot the crab at the Rainmaker, the harder it was for the other team to even pop the Rainmaker to try and get momentum to push the Rainmaker for themselves. And then that crab stalled out that Rainmaker even more to allow the other members of their team to come back. So really, really nice crab usage there and getting that ready for defense.
I think Picking Up really did a good job just protecting that checkpoint. I feel like Pickup, oh my goodness, was not protecting or was not attacking the checkpoint coordinated whatsoever. It felt like they were throwing single specials at it. They didn't move up to different spots. You saw them all kind of grouped on that right side of the plot. Basically, the way they pushed in was either very alone or very telegraphed, and Picking Up was able to deal with that. We saw the Zipcaster come in to stop the checkpoint. You saw the Crab come in immediately after the checkpoint, and members of Picking Up were just able to stay on high ground or stay back and toss their specials at the roadblock that stood between Pickup and victory.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up. And like thinking about too, it seemed like they were doing, compared to that first game, it seemed like they were doing maybe like a better job at like noticing where all the members of Pickup were, and whether they were calling that out or just kind of all focusing on more what each other was doing. That really stood out to me. And if they can keep doing that into this third game, I could definitely see them winning this if they continue that.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting them to do so well against Pickup, who is a Pickup made of very high-level players. But they've certainly shown their synergy. Picking Up has shown their synergy so far in this game, despite being a Pickup. Two members move towards the middle of the map. This is Clam Blitz on Manta Maria. It's going to be a whole different beast, much more open of a middle of the map. It's going to be difficult to get super strong pushes in if you're not playing coordinated. And Kiwi now trying to stay alive on this side of the map, but Pickup finds themselves out of paint, out of room. Dragon trying to get in and open the way for Picking Up, but they're having a hard time getting in. Picking Up moving in a little bit before I think they're ready here.
Yeah, Picking Up here is just kind of stalling since the last member of Pickup there had to actually jump back and figure out how to regroup with their team. Picking Up themselves, they're just slowly pushing into mid. They're trying to, play off of each other. And unfortunately for them, it's only Doragon here left, but Stan does jump in and actually help them hold this area. I really like that they haven't necessarily given up all of mid. They were just holding that area and stalling it out a little bit longer for themselves. But in all of this happening, now Pickup is back in mid, and they are actually the ones now taking mid and starting to take space.
Oh, the machine on Picking Up was in such a good position, but they ended up turning and going straight back into the middle of Pickup. It could have been a huge opportunity for them, but the rest of the team, Captain Happy as well as Stan, are able to find some picks in mid, and Pickup has just found themselves unable to win these fights in mid. They've been running out of paint, going in alone, they're getting surrounded, and just unable to come out on top. Picking Up doing a wonderful job here. They're farming specials, but neither team is on the board just yet. They're going to need... Picking Up is going to need to continue trucking if they're going to make it to the enemy basket. Both teams are content to just sit here and farm specials, sit in mid. Guys, you need to score. That's how you win the game. You need to score, and neither team wants to move forward because I think they're afraid if they make a mistake, they'll just get wiped and it'll all be over.
I think so too, and that could definitely happen here on Manta Maria. So both teams are really playing this carefully, trying not to get a complete wipe like you said. And looking at this overhead, once again, Doragon there holding space. Stan jumps in to help them hold space. I love it that we consistently are seeing that from them, the way that they're able to play off of each other. Now that has actually caused two members of Pickup to go down, and Doragon here is not letting go of this left area. Now in the top left area, they are holding this and they are not letting go, and this is that much more of a distraction for Pickup, and that's completely diverting their attention to this left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot happening in this game, but there hasn't been a lot happening. You know what I mean? I feel like people are just kind of going on adventures and fighting in mid, and no one's building clams, and there doesn't seem to be super duper overarching strategy, but finally some picks happen. The clams were ready. Picking Up is going to get themselves on the board. Now, with 20 points on the board, they want to extend it even further, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Dragon on a very nice flank here. They're able to find a pick, and now that's two members on the flank, but they don't quite have enough to make a clam just yet. They scramble for clams. The clams go flying in every direction. Uh-oh, bit of fumbling over there, and now that's a delayed wipe onto Picking Up here, and how the hell did... Okay, how did he do that? Anyways, Stan managed to find a pick there, but Pickup is looking for a push of their own.
That was amazing, and I'm really glad we saw that from their point of view. Okay, so regrouping here, taking a breath. Pickup now, like Fusion said, is the team that has to get some points on the board, and they just need to get one push in because that score is very, very close and very, very doable. They need to make one power clam and then score in another clam to be able to get the lead for themselves. There are only 50 seconds remaining of this match. Synapse here uses a whale, and they do have an Inkzuka ready too, but they have to be careful. Look at the specials ready also on the side of picking up. They have their defensive specials ready, and here comes that Zipcaster. The crab was used to completely shut down what Pickup was trying to complete.
I'm very confused. There's been a lot of specials going out, and then Pickup is turning around to back up and get more paint and get more clams, and now they've farmed an entire other round of specials, but it feels like they're just not sure when to go in. They need to make a move, or else they're going to lose this game, and 3 go down. That's going to be a full wipeout onto Pickup here. Picking Up just doing such a great job cleaning up the map. They're moving in to try and score a power clam to stop this game from going into overtime. Captain Happy's gonna get there. They're gonna get the clam in, but is overtime going to trigger at this point? It should trigger. That's 3 down. You better be careful, because Kiwi and Synapse are going to make a mad dash for the basket here, Rissa.
Lan-K there, the last one remaining, does have to completely back up, make sure that they stay safe, and they do a really, really good job at that. Now, like you said, Synapse here rushing forward, is able to get a pick onto Stan, uses that whale too. I really liked the thought process there, but unfortunately for Pickup, they were not able to complete that push in overtime, and Picking Up is going to take this game 3.
Well, this is certainly Picking Up versus Pickup of all time. Yeah, Picking Up has been really doing a great job kind of holding their ground, playing coordinated when they need to go in, and it feels like Pickup has been, they've been throwing punches, but they've mostly been missing. They've been just unsure when to go in, and even a little bit hesitant, it feels like. Picking Up did manage to get in a few times. They managed to position on like that top left on the flank, which we saw a dragon over there a few times. Those are the kind of openings that you need in order to get in. It felt like there were opportunities, especially right there in overtime, where Pickup could have just ran for the basket. They could have taken the flank and just made it to the basket. And especially when you're like a 52 gal like Synapse, I think that you kind of need to take those risks. You need to just make a run for it and try and hold your ground. Especially when you're with a Pickup who I think you can't rely on synergy.
Yeah,
you're entirely.
Yeah, you're like playing with people you might not have like consistently played with and know how they play and know how to play around them, so I could totally see that. And it seemed like on the other side, Picking Up was doing exactly what you were saying. They were having that machine and the sword just completely continuing to rush up in that top left and act as that aggressive factor, and it was working out really well for them. So as we go into this game 4, this is going to be match point. Picking Up, if they take this, they will continue on through to winners finals, and if they do win that, Pickup will still be in it. They will be going down the losers bracket, so let's see what happens if we are going to go to a game 5 or not.
Yeah, very different style of map here. Umami Splat Zone. There's going to be short-range weapons sharking around that top of the map. The longer-range weapons are going to be spacing around the side. Pickup does seem to find an early advantage here, but they still have not capped the zone. There we go. We get some points on the board. Picking Up already rebounding, trying to get back in, but the specials they're throwing out are not able to gain some ground. Pickup looking stronger this game so far, but Pickup is still not moving into the enemy base, and unless you can really start spawn camping on this map, it's hard to lock people out. Once the specials come in, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yep, I was going to say the zip's going to run out right before the jump lands. I know, I've done that 10 million times. Oh my goodness. But Picking Up did manage to find some ground back.
Yeah, Picking Up here, at least securing their side and securing their zone. Now you see Stan and Captain Happy there on the left side trying to slowly move forward, but Synapse is there with that gal just guarding that right side and not letting them move forward at all, as we see Kiwi and Luke here on the top. And you can see that Pickup is playing this a little bit carefully. They know that if they push forward too far, this could definitely spiral for them. But Picking Up is able to secure the zones, though they do have 2 members down though, so these zones might flip back into Pickup's favor here shortly.
Yeah, both teams really just struggling to keep the zones capped. There we go. Playing on top mid is exactly what you need to do it, especially when you team up with teammates who are just around the sides of the map. Captain Happy doing a nice job with his positioning there, able to throw burst bombs and just harass anyone who seems to be swarming around the sides, picking up, able to get some points on the board, but unfortunately that pick is going to lose them some ground, and a full wipeout actually coming from Pickup. That's going to be huge for them. They can start moving forward, they can start trying to take space and lock out Picking Up here.
I'm really interested how far we're going to see Pickup push forward here. Synapse uses the whale to slow down any momentum that Picking Up is going to have coming into the zone, but it looks like it is not deterring them too much as we see that Tri-Strike come out. We see the Sword use their special. We see that just all the specials came out at once. The Crab was out, and in doing so, actually, Pickup just was able to sit back and hold the zone for themselves and completely shut down all those specials that came at them. So it looks like they're feeling pretty confident in this Umami Splat Zones map.
Yeah, but it feels weird to say, but despite Pickup having just command over this entire game, they're still only at 50 points. They're finally getting some picks here and being a little bit more stable in the middle of the map. A couple trades come out. There we go. Some nice picks come out, and that's going to enable them to push this timer down a little bit further. Picking Up is only 2 members up. It's a 2v2 situation by the zone, but specials are online. Multiple members go down on each side, but Pickup still managing to hold their ground. Brandon stopping the Stamper from dropping over here on the left side. That's going to be huge if they're going to continue holding this zone. Pickup finding themselves multiple members down yet again, and Pickup does take that game 4. We are going to a game 5 of Pickup versus Picking Up.
Are going to a game 5. I was thinking about that too, like watching that game. It almost seems like I don't know, it seems like Pickup is good and the more like when the objective is more like still, like tower control moving or the zone just in one spot. It seems like they're more confident in that. But then the more chaotic modes like Rainmaker and Clamblitz, Picking Up, they were the team that did really good on those. So once we go into this game 5, we are headed back to tower control. Good to see what happens there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. It felt like when there's a central objective, Pickup was doing a better job playing around it. Tower control, a bit of a mix of the central objective. You know, it's relatively slow moving compared to something like a Rainmaker or a Clamblitz here. We'll see if they're able to find their footing. And I have a question. Who is your pick for Game 5?
Who is my pick? Pickup or Picking Up?
Do you pick Pickup or do you pick Picking Up?
I am not sure right now because thinking about what we just talked about, you know, it's tower control, like we said, a more centralized objective. You know, you immediately would think that Pickup might win it, but Eeltail as a map, it seems like a little bit chaotic, and it seems like that's what Picking Up has been thriving in. So I don't know. What do you think, Fusion?
Oh my goodness, I could go either way. I'm kind of anticipating Picking Up to do a little bit better than they did in that previous game. I think they certainly stand better of a chance. It's kind of wild how we're going to Game 5 considering how Game 1 looked. Picking Up has just found their footing and was able to find that special coordination, but it looks like that Crab gets hit with a bomb or something. What was that? They end up going down very early. That's a 3-down situation, almost looking like a full wipe coming out here for Picking Up, but thankfully Stan managing to hold on and just stop Pickup from getting all the way into their base. I am delusional at this point.
Saying Pickup a million times is making us a little bit delusional. I completely agree. I feel that. Okay, so looking at this, the Rainmaker has reset into mid, and 2 members are down on Pickup. What a nice push up there. I love that Happy knew that they needed to take the tower, but they saw a jump in there. They were like, hey, let me just go get this jump in real quick, and then I'll head back to the tower. That's exactly what they did. The lead here is just in their grasp. They are able to take the lead, and I love the Crab usage here on tower. Pushing back Pickup as they're trying to come towards the tower at all, and able to get through that first checkpoint really, really nicely.
Yeah, this map can be very snowbally. The first checkpoint, or that's actually the second checkpoint, I just remembered. Yeah, getting through that second checkpoint, picking up, moving it all the way to that final checkpoint. But God, getting from this final checkpoint to the spawn is the hardest part of the map, unless you're able to just get up into that top left, make a jump from the tower. It's so hard to get it. Stan managing to sneak on the tower and dodge a bit. That's not quite the checkpoint just yet. Lenke going to make a run for it, but they're not able to get it. That checkpoint, that's oh so important, does not go down in this situation. Pickup managing to hold on, which means that if they're able to push to and through that checkpoint, they can take the lead here, as they're doing a very good job teaming up on multiple members. You saw those 3 2v1 situations occur in mid, and it looks like they're finding their groove here as they start a push of their own. Luke and Kiwi moving into the enemy base.
Right there was a really ride or die moment there, and Luke knew it. They dropped down and were instantly able to get and really important picks to completely shut down Picking Up's push there. That was getting really close to KO territory. Now Picking Up being the team here who has to get defensive specials ready. We see the Zipcaster come up from Stan to hopefully displace these 2 members of Pickup here on the left side. And it looks like it does just that. Stan not quite able to get any picks with that, but is able to displace and fumble around these members here on the left side. That actually bought some time too for the other members of Picking Up to come and help get into mid together. You can see they're getting into mid really nicely, slowly, but I really like that they're slowly but surely pushing up together and getting this mid back.
Yeah, they've certainly done a great job at moving up here in mid, and with only 2 minutes left in the game, they mostly just have to play defense here. But I feel like if you play too hesitantly here, you can end up going down, but that's not what they're doing at all. Picking Up moving forward, Stan moving into the enemy base, Zipcasting forward, 2 members go down on the side of Pickup, and already you can see these consistent double teams that Picking Up is managing to find here. Captain Happy moving up, and it looks like they're just content to try and move up to this bridge here, hold their ground, move the tower towards the second checkpoint, as far from their spawn as they can without feeling too at risk here. And they've just done such a great job at that. Stan getting yet another pick. They have a Zipcaster at the ready. The tower is going to continue rolling, and this is looking incredible for them.
It is. I would not want to see a Zipcaster coming up into the top left or top right on this side now if you're trying to get ready to defend the tower and put a stop to the other team's push. So really good Zipcaster usage, and these continuous specials coming out from Picking Up. They are not letting Pickup move at all. I love that they're consistently getting them and chaining them with each other. And now with only 50 seconds remaining here, Pickup able to stop that tower push that Picking Up did, and now able to push into mid. So they're really gonna have to play this carefully if they want to get the lead all the way to 17 in these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, Picking Up has the tools in their toolbox at the ready, or rather charging to stop the tower at this next checkpoint, but they need to be careful to get those specials online and stay alive in the process. And that was, I believe, the Crab Tank getting a nice pick. That's 2 down now onto Pickup, stopping the tower before the push gets too bad. And God, this fight is going pretty evenly here, but Pickup needs to move now because there is no overtime in tower control. Triple Ink Strikes and Booyah Bomb are going to be there to stop you, and Pickup is just looking to finish out this game. Synapse makes a desperate run for the tower. It's so hard to get to the tower on top mid here. It's going to be strikes on the tower for days. Synapse able to get on the tower just barely in time. Oh my goodness, we're going into overtime, and that was 3 down, a delayed full wipe onto Pickup. Picking Up, oh my goodness, are they going to take it all the way to get back the lead here, Rissa?
I don't know. I am literally on the edge of my seat right now, as now Pickup is able to get through. I believe that was the second checkpoint. I'm not totally sure, and they are completely locking out Picking Up. They are not letting them get to the tower at all, consistently getting the picks that they need to on them, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Pickup able to secure that lead there at the last possible second, and takes this best of 5 set and is moving on to winners finals.
That's so unfortunate. Oh my goodness. As the time ticked down from 1 to 0, there was an opportunity after the strikes to get on tower. There's a way, you can certainly lock them out there in that situation, but just barely Pickup able to get on, and unfortunately Picking Up kind of overcommitting. they knew they just needed to stop the tower at that end there, but usually when you try and triple ink strike the tower, you don't do it like, you don't just throw your strikes at tower while all diving in, and even if you die, you win. Usually, if you throw specials at tower and don't still have people alive to kind of look at the tower and follow up on it, it's not enough. If someone gets on the tower and, you know, even just touches it and dies, there's still an opportunity to continue moving it at that point. But that was very unfortunate for Picking Up, who played so well the entire set, but Pickup did manage to come out just barely on top. And good games to both teams there, but Picking Up is still not out of it yet, if I'm not mistaken. That was winners semifinals, which means that they will be dropping into losers bracket, which there is for this top 4. This is a losers double elimination top 4.
Yes, so they are still in it. You know, maybe they just need to regroup a little bit, get some momentum going. And right there at the end, they just needed to, it's just, you know, that moment where you have to sit back and not panic. And they definitely had to think really fastly because Pickup was just playing really fast there at the end. So once they're down in loser side, you know, Picking Up, maybe we'll have to see if they can continue that momentum that they were starting to get there. Now looking at this bracket here on screen as well, we get to see Decay versus Pickup here. Actually, I'm not so sure who we're watching next, but Decay versus Pickup is now in winners finals, and then the first round of losers is Picking Up versus STEAMHAPPY.
Man, I think Decay's like on the run of their life here, because STEAMHAPPY is like 0 deaths plus nightmare. It's Pelu Bandit, Toyoben, Joe, Seftis. So very high level players here. Decay getting yet another upset. STEAMHAPPY going to be playing against Picking Up in losers semifinals there. So crazy that Decay is going to be in winners finals against Pickup.
Yeah, now that you said that roster, I'm just thinking about that both teams there are having a lot of really high level and strong players on their side. So we're definitely got to be in for a treat here once we watch. I believe Popgun did confirm it. We are going to be watching Decay versus Pickup here next on the stream.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this is kind of crazy. There's 3 pickups in top 4, and the one that is winning is the only one that is not a pickup. Decay managing to come out on top so far. We'll see if they're able to continue it even more. I did not, of course, we didn't get the chance to watch that previous set, but what was the score of that set again? Let us take a quick peek-see at this. That was 3-0. That's a commanding victory for Decay. That's crazy because they've been playing out of their mind so far, and I believe they're running a very interesting comp to boot. I think it was
Splash. I was watching that.
Yeah, Splash Neo, Tetras, Octobrush, and Ballpoint. I think they were running, at least what I saw on Scorch Gorge, I think.
Yeah, I was watching that too. They were able to, I think it was 3-1 versus Mictlan Heroes, which is, I mean, Mictlan Heroes, they consistently do great in these weekly tournaments. So really, really good from Decay. They have definitely got to be on a roll. And now going up against Pickup in winners finals, and with a comp like you just mentioned, I think this is going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to be seeing Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge again, which I believe that was the map I saw them on last time, which was the winners quarters or eighths. I can't recall which one it was, but they certainly looked very strong on that map. Pickup, of course, running, I guess, some more. I can't even say they're running more traditional stuff. They have a Splash and a Machine, Synapse on 52 though, which is not the most frequent weapon, and Brandon on Squeezer. Certainly very interesting. You need to be very wary of Zuka on Rainmaker. That's certainly a persistent threat that I think it's certainly a persistent threat that can stop Rainmaker pushes from a while away. The same goes for the Zipcaster on the other side from Decay. But it's going to be a story of who's able to get over the bump at first checkpoint here, because that's going to determine a lot of the pace of the game.
Oh, absolutely. That first checkpoint is always. I feel like whenever I'm watching Rainmaker Scorch Gorge in mid, it's really a lot of poking each other back and forth, and a lot of really figuring out each other, and that happens for a while in mid, and then suddenly one team is able to get through that first checkpoint, and all of a sudden that's when that snowball happens. So gonna have to see what happens in regards to these two teams, and with Pickup just playing against a really good Zipcaster, Stan of course being that Zipcaster, you know, maybe they're a little bit warmed up to the Zipcaster. They know how to, you know, counter it maybe a little bit better when they go into this set versus Decay too.
Yeah, what the bump of on checkpoint reminds me of is I think this one time I was taking like a road trip with my family, and there's like this one hill that's like it's not so steep, but like it went over the top, it went up and then back down, and there's like a sign that's like it's like be aware of oncoming cars, you might not be able to see them, and it's like please honk, or maybe it was like a light that turns on if there's like a car coming from the other direction. It's just like a little blind bump. It's so difficult to fight over. You can kind of just hide just by standing on the other side of it.
That's exactly what Rainmaker Scorch Gorge feels like. You just sit in, you know, behind that little left snipe area, or behind even the pedestal, and just sit there and wait for that, you know, the team to come around that right side. You can just shark there and wait for that.
Yeah. We'll be getting into our match in just a second. Unfortunately, the Nintendo Switch Online subscription of our lovely spectator ran out. So they're just getting that back online. They're just getting that back online. You know, I think that's extra funny because if it's happening, well, I guess Saturday night is not a particularly, like, it's not usual SOS or Proving Grounds time, but it feels like, you know, if you renew it at this time, then the next time you're going to have to renew it is also at this time. So if you keep holding tournaments at this time, it's going to keep running out in the middle of tournaments.
Yeah, those late night Friday, Saturday night tournaments. I have not. I'm like trying to think about when mine has run out, and I honestly I can't remember when it last ran out. But this is really tragic, but also kind of funny.
Yeah, but I believe that has been dealt with, and we will just be a second before we get into the game here. Goodness. Curious what STEAMHAPPY is supposed to mean for the team name from the Nightmare Toyobanseptis Bandit group.
I don't know. Oh my god.
There we go.
Thank
we
you,
did
Elemental.
it. Elemental did it.
Woo! Love that.
It's a Steam emote. Interesting.
Oh, okay. You know, at least their name doesn't have the word pickup in it.
It's true. Could have been Steam Pickup. Steam Pickup.
Now, since I've said the word pickup so many times, I just keep thinking about like pickup trucks, like
Crab Ford F-150.
Oh my God.
That's such a good name. Next time I do a pickup in a tournament, we need to come up with something creative.
Yeah, that F-150 name is probably one of the best names I've seen. I love that.
Like pickup. That's my team name now. Or pick down.
Pick down. Pick sideways.
Dang. Pick me up.
Okay, that's a good one. That one adds a little bit of like kind of cuteness to it, like that.
Mm-hmm. I've been watching some streamers play Mario RPG recently. That's just made me think about that again.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a revive item in the game too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
so if you name yourself that, you could, you know, be referencing pickup, but then also referencing that.
Yeah, it's a little soda. But Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, Decay versus Pickup. I'm kind of curious if teams are going to be like, if Pickup is going to switch anything up here, because they certainly felt like they were having a harder time in that previous set. I'm like wondering whether that was a, just a miscommunication sort of problem, or if they feel like it was related to team composition. They may have been running the same thing all night. I have not seen too many of their sets though.
I haven't either, actually, to be able to reference that. And then when you think about too, like especially Synapse, Luke, those are players that you see consistently playing those weapons. So you don't, maybe they probably won't switch off of those, but like you said, you never know. Maybe they were playing something else throughout the night. Maybe against this team in particular, there will be a weapon that they're like, wait, this is a really good counter. And two, it's interesting that that last set, since it seems like most teams always have a crab in their comp, Pickup did not have a crab in their comp, instead opting to use that Neo Splash with the Tri-Strikes instead of the Vanilla Crab with the crab, or Vanilla Splash with the crab.
Yeah, I think they're understandably feeling like Crab kind of does the same sort of thing as Squeezer and maybe to some extent Machine. I think that like having a displacement special might be something they're looking for a little bit more in the comp, but of course Crab is just very good, so it can never really hurt to pick it here. Here we go, at long last, NSO has been acquired. They're sticking with the same thing, but that's a Vanilla Splash this time. We do see that same comp we expected, or never mind, it's not a Vanilla Splash, I lied. I'm just not good at seeing colors. Anyways, yes, those are the comps we are seeing coming out of both sides here. That Ballpoint, of course, a very interesting pick, along with the Octo Brush. Both going to get a lot of work done here. We already see Junkie sharking around the mid, trying to get some nice picks here. Octo Brush going to be very strong around here. They're able to sneak in, not able to find a pick. The entirety of Pickup was just there, backed up, expecting someone to just rush through. That's so funny. But Junkie is going to get in nonetheless. Get one pick, get two picks. That's three down. Just one member coming out of spawn. It's Kiwi, but they're stuck there. And that's going to be an easy first checkpoint for Decay. They're looking so good so far.
They are. I love that we got to see that play from Junkie's point of view, the way they were able to just shark through the paint and push up to get those picks. And now look at that. They are using this Zipcaster to create space and get a pick along with that Zipcaster. Chris, they're able to grab the Rainmaker past the first checkpoint and get the score all the way down to 42. The remaining members of Decay here are going to be taken down from Pickup. They were able to come back pretty fast here and able to come into mid now. They are using specials a little bit early, just maybe to make sure they call out anyone sharking in mid, since they just had that happen with the brush. And now able to get three members down. Pickup here pushing up to probably get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, they're going to run for it, but with all that long range, they might have a hard time. Man, Synapse barely dunking it onto the checkpoint. Which is just despite the Squeezer and multiple other members shooting at it. It's kind of interesting that we've been seeing, I think, Synapse play some of the most objective on Pickup here. It feels not necessarily like a wrong choice, but it's just interesting considering splash wall weapons like the 52 gal want to get up as far as they can and try and hold that ground. But nonetheless, it's going to work out for them. That checkpoint is that main roadblock that Luke's coming in, able to get a pick, looking to get a second, but the Tetra, being extra sneaky, is going to find that trade.
Trades happening mid. Now both teams are just trying to get the upper hand here. Brandon uses this Zuka paired with the Tri-Strike coming out from Kiwi. And as this Tetra comes up, there is a trade that is able to happen, and there are now two members down on the side of Decay. So Synapse, like you highlighted before, Synapse being the one grabbing the Rainmaker again, trying to push it up, but they don't really have many members around to help them, as I think that was Kiwi there, went around the left side, so they didn't have anyone there on their team helping them on the right side. Decay able to put a stop to that push right away.
Yeah, it seems a little bit like Pickup is having a hard time getting through that spot. They're unable to really pressure that top right in the way they would like, and it feels like they're entirely reliant on like having a Booyah Bomb at the exact right moment. And if they're unable to have that in that instance, they're just going to have a hard time getting through that little mountain there. Crisp over on the right side pushing in, and Pickup just finding themselves several members down. They're running out of paint and unable to get in. It's so hard to push through against an Octobrush, Tetra, and the Ballpoint. All such mobile and dangerous at close range weapons. Chris grabbing that Rainmaker, going to swap out their main for something with a little more range, and that's going to end up working out for them. They find a nice pick. They're able to space out members of Pickup here, but now it's going to be a little bit difficult because Synapse is going to find a pick on that rush down and start a push for Pickup.
Synapse doing exactly what they do best. They're able to rush forward with that 52 and secure those picks that they needed in order to grab the Rainmaker for themselves. Now they push that Rainmaker all the way down to 49. That lead is so close, and if they're able to possibly hold the space, maybe get some jump-ins, they could potentially get the lead. They were only able to get their points up by 1, so they were not able to get the lead yet, and Junkie there on the brush just grabs the Rainmaker and just is like, hey, I'm just gonna drop this down on the right side of the map here. That way Pickup cannot try and sneak in and get the lead here. That was a really, really good move. Now with 40 seconds remaining and a trade here on the board, anything can happen.
Yeah, Decay needs to be careful. Don't get too passive here. Not get picked off by that Zuka. Just beware of those flying shots there. Brandon unable to find anything. Junkie chases them down, but not able to find the pick. That's 2 down. Thankfully, they do get 1 pick on the other side. They have an Inkjet at the ready, which is oh so good at stopping the Rainmaker before that first checkpoint. But it's going to be held at this point. They're going to just try and hang on to that special to stop the Rainmaker when it's overtime. But the Ballpoint goes down. There's very few specials. Junkie's one of the only lines of defense right now for Decay at this checkpoint here. They do end up going down. Axiom runs it at the Rainmaker. They're unable to find it. 2 down. They're just going to need to run the Rainmaker. The strikes come out. Synapse is unable to move forward. That's 3 down. They're going to be able to run the Rainmaker. They've run out of paint, but they're going to find a wipeout and the lead in overtime.
Oh my gosh. Pickup, this is what happened in that last game on stream against Picking Up. The same thing happened there right at the last possible second when, you know, the game is literally about to end. All of a sudden they're able to turn it around, use some momentum, and use the other team trying to panic and get to the Rainmaker to their advantage. So once again, they're doing that. I'm wondering if we're going to see more of that throughout this set versus Decay. Pickup, though, securing game 1 of the set here in Winners Finals versus Decay.
Yeah, I mean, Pickup has been just coming from behind several times. It feels like they've been unable to push until the last few seconds, and they figure it all out. But at the same time, it looked a little bit like Decay got desperate. You saw them running for the Rainmaker. You saw them just being a little bit less coordinated on that defense there. They had some specials online, but they did end up going down. I think that's an opportunity where you could play a little bit more defensive, play a little bit more towards the high ground, because Pickup was just having a hard time getting in, I think, on their own. They're having a hard time dealing with like that Octobrush sitting around, and you know, if the Tetra and Octobrush had paired up at that last moment there instead of going in one right after the other, things could have worked out a little bit better. But nonetheless, both teams looked very strong in that match, and we're going to be going to a much smaller stage here in Clan Blitz Mako.
A much smaller stage, much more condensed, a lot more areas. It feels like that someone could shark, you know, maybe Junkie on that Octobrush, maybe the Tetra player. I could see a lot of sharking happening here and it working very well. Yeah, do you have any thoughts about this one and the way these two teams have been playing Fusion?
I certainly think that this is not a... I don't think this works well for Pickup's team composition. I feel like most of their weapons want to play in more open maps, more open areas. I think that Decay works pretty well here. I think the Octobrush especially is very nice. The Ballpoint can be very flexible, mobile, around the stacks, play and like just peek around the sides. I think it could be very good for sure, but it's certainly possible that Pickup is going to be able to turn up the gas, get some nice picks with the Zuka. They do fly very nicely over the stacks on this map, and that could be what gives them the openings to get in.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe, again, we'll see Pickup all of a sudden get that momentum right at the end when it is make or break moment. We'll have to see. Headed into this game 2 of Winners Finals, Decay versus Pickup here. Both teams throwing out those tri-strikes, trying to get that mid paint that they need in order to move forward. Both teams getting a trade, and in the midst of that happening, Pickup is actually completely wiped, and we see Junkie and Chris here pushing up. You see Junkie has 7 clams. They just need 1 more to make a power clam, and with jump-ins coming in from their team, there was the potential to maybe make a fast push happening, but now they're I love that they played that a little bit carefully. They waited for those tri-strikes, and now as they do so, though, the remaining members of Pickup are all back here and able to stop that push.
Yeah, I'm surprised Junkie managed to get in that instance. Keto on the ball point is going to get out with that inkjet. Thankfully managed to jump out. I've been impressed by Decay's jumps. They've been able to jump to teammates and not totally back to spawn, and I think that certainly helped them maintain their momentum. They're continuing to hold the middle of the map. Just like, look at it. It's completely blue at this point as they managed to find yet another power climb in the basket, get some extra points on the board. Junkie looking to get up into that top left. They find a pick. That's going to be massive for continuing this push. They're going to get up into the top left of their spawn, and this is turning from bad to worse for Pickup here. They're just continuing to push in some extra clams, coming back in from mid. This push may continue going on as Axiom tries to get yet a few more, somehow comes out alive and gets a pick in that situation, and the push just continues on.
The push continues on. Chris here gets a few more clams, maybe tries to... Oh, they are going to go up to the top left here, get a few more clams in, and get the score all the way down to 10. Axiom jumps in on the Tetra and scores in a few clams. They just need 1 more to secure the KO, and they do just that. Like you said, those jump-ins, whether it's jumping back or just jumping right into the action. Decay, really nice jump-ins there to completely KO that second game very fast.
Yeah, that was certainly a very strong game for Decay there. The Octobrush was able to get up into that top left, which is huge. I think that's certainly a very powerful position, because once you're over there, you actually secure yourself and your team a path into the basket. That area on the left is the safest way to score clams. Running through that middle, if you don't have the top left, you get shot at from all sides, and you're just kind of trying to throw it in a desperate suicide push. But able to take that top left, both the Brush there as well as Axiom on the Tetras were able to get the job done and get a very quick knockout for Decay.
And I was like trying to think about that from Pickup's point of view when they're trying to come back from their spawn. All of a sudden, there's an Octobrush just swinging at you as you're trying to come back and defend the basket. And then all of a sudden a Tetra jumps in. That's just constant chaos while you're just trying to figure out how to regroup and put a stop to that push. So great team play there from Decay for that game. Now we are moving on to game 3, and remember, like the screen shows, this is a best of 5 set with the score tied up 1-1 right now. Going on to game 3 here, we're going to be on Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, and we have seen Pickup thrive in Splat Zones previously, so we're going to have to see if that comes into fruition here again on Hagglefish.
Yeah, I certainly think that the way they play is more geared towards Splat Zones. I think they have the paint to do it, they have the spacing to do it, and on Hagglefish Zones, it can be very easy to just sit back in the zone, continue to throw paint forward, and hold the zone, and just punish bad approaches. But Decay has certainly shown that they're very strong at getting in, but I think something like Tetras and Octobrush, which don't paint the most in the world, and as well, those weapons are kind of they thrive when they have multiple paths that they could possibly take, blocks to hide around, and just multiple ways to get in, able to trick the enemy. On Hagglefish, things are pretty linear. You're either going middle, which is a death sentence a lot of the time, left or right, and those are very obvious, and if you don't have the range, it can be difficult. But we do see the Gluga dualies coming out instead of the Tetras, and I am a huge fan of this. I think this is a great Gluga map.
I have not seen a Gluga in quite some time, so this is going to be very fun to watch. And then on the other side, pick up Synapse actually switching from the Gal over to the Vanilla Splash, so going to be able to utilize those crabs, which is really, really good on Hagglefish zones and instantly using that crab right away. Both teams do get trades happening here, and actually a complete wipe coming out on the side of Decay, so pick up, like we've seen them do. They're jumping into the zone, they're getting ready to defend it, and they do such a good job on zones and defending it, so we'll have to see how Decay figures out how to get into the zone.
Yeah, Decay needs to get back in first. They have the special to do it. The Glooga gets very far ahead with that splash wall, which is huge for them pushing back in. They find 2 relatively easy picks. They get in just at the flip of the hat, or whatever the phrase is. I can't even remember at this point. They get in super easily, and they're able to hold the zone, and I think this is where their composition can really thrive. I think that something like Octobrush will have a hard time getting back in, but once it holds that ground out, they can just get all of the picks in the world. I'm 99% sure Junkie just bumped into someone with the Ink Brush and got a kill.
Well, there's a way to do it. Just bump into someone with that Octobrush and get a pick that way. Junkie there pushing up, trying to slow down, possibly maybe get some picks while they're at it, the members of Pickup. But Pickup there able to just back up, utilize that crowd that Synapse had to create some space and push forward through that. But look at this, there's an Inkjet already ready on the side of Decay, and it did a really good job there for a moment of slowing down Pickup, but there are 2 members down on the side of Decay, so they're gonna have to once again regroup.
Yeah, Pickup managing to hold the zone, but despite all this isn't the strongest hold in the world. Synapse managing to, yeah, they pop crab directly, but they stick their toe, unfortunately, into that strike. The crab's going to be gone with just a single bullet, and Decay is going to grab back that zone before losing the lead. That's certainly a big opportunity there. They have no specials online just yet. They're running out of paint. Really finds an opening. Axiom looking for something on the Gloogas. The real poke range that Gloogas has is insane. It can just kill you from so far away. Now they're looking to move up, get some extra picks out of it. They find one. The Zuka comes out on the other side. Pickup trying to move in. They find one pick, but they're unable to move into the zone. Now specials are going to get popped, including that Inkjet, I think, to defend the zone here. Yep, Kido over on that Inkjet is going to get sniped out of the sky by a crab tank, and Decay is just going to try and get some extra points before they lose the zone here.
Kido definitely had the right idea of using that Inkjet to try and completely shut down the crab, but then on the other side, Synapse with the crab was able to completely shut down that Inkjet. So Decay here having this Tri-Strike ready, actually does use the Tri-Strike, uses the Zipcaster as well to, I love the Junkie just used that Zipcaster through the Tri-Strikes to use that space that was created, but 2 members of Decay are down now, and Pickup has no penalty points, so they're actually setting up really nicely to secure the lead for themselves.
Oh my goodness. And it feels like Decay is just kind of panicking here. It feels like they're jumping in, they're popping specials too close to the enemy, they're running out of options here. They need to make a run for the zone here, but it doesn't seem like they're able to find the picks. Junkie trying to move in, but that's not going to be nearly enough. Pickup looking very strong on splat zones. They find that second game.
Pickup doing a great job at regrouping there, and then when I looked up at the screen, there was just a point where I was thinking, like, if I was playing this, you know, you got to be in voice call right now just saying, hey, just hold the zone, don't push up too far, get your specials ready, we can get the lead here. That's exactly what they did, and then they ended up completely KOing it. So we are headed to game 4 now, and as the screen shows, Pickup is up right now 2-1 versus Decay. So if Decay does lose this next game, they will be dropping down into losers finals, but if Decay wins this, we will be headed to another game 5 on stream.
Yeah, and without any splat zones, which certainly has been Pickup's strongest mode so far, Decay may have a little bit of luck on their side. They've looked a lot better in other modes, especially Clamblitz and Rainmaker. Tower Control is the next mode on the chopping block, though, so they're going to have to get through that if they want to make it to the Game 5 Rainmaker game. I think that they're going to probably end up going back to their composition we've been seeing in the previous matches, and it feels like Pickup is... They have no plans of changing their team composition anytime soon. They're just rolling with it.
I'm really interested if Synapse is going to stick with that crab, or maybe use the use that Galligan, you know, wondering which one is going to work out better for them. And what was, you know, maybe just thinking about it, maybe they just did use the crab for Hagglefish specifically, because that does seem like a really crab heavy map. So, you know, maybe it was just a one switch up for that map.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be going into Sturgeon Tower Control, if I'm not mistaken, next. Yeah, that's going to be a very snowballing map. You can certainly place your crabs very aggressively and try and get knockouts off of that situation, but we really have not been seeing too many crabs out of either team here. So I'm kind of curious how teams are going to play this, because it feels, man, if I've seen enough Splatoon in the past, like, 8 months or whatever, however long it's been since Splatoon 3 came out, it's that I feel like nobody knows how to play the game without crab. It feels like I haven't seen enough of the game without crab to know what's good, and I don't know exactly how these teams are going to push up and lock down you know, the area ahead of the tower. Certainly the double splash walls from pickup from that squeezer in 52 can do a lot of work to help move that tower forward, but I'm wondering if that's going to be enough against what Decay has been showing us.
I actually haven't thought about it that way, you know, consistently while playing the game, while commentating the game, there's always been one, if not two, crabs on the playing field, right? And in the past week or 2 weeks or so, it feels like going into the scrims that I've watched, the scrims that I've played in, comps have been switching up a little bit, and it's getting interesting seeing how teams are playing these different maps and modes with these different weapons that aren't necessarily crab.
Yeah, we do actually see a crab for the first time. Never mind. No, yes, we do see a crab for the first time coming out of Synapse here. That's, wait a second. Yeah, wrong map.
Yeah.
Yep. I was like, wait a second.
I know, I saw, I was like, wait, Rainmaker? That's not Tower. Someone do it. Someone press the buttons.
There we go. Elemental had to do it.
Everyone else was just standing there.
But yeah, we're gonna be fixing that and hopping into our next game. But now teams have an idea of what they're gonna be seeing game 5, if push comes to shove.
Yeah, that's true. Now if it is gonna be going to Rainmaker Undertow, now we know there's gonna be a crab on the board. But I am wondering if that crab is gonna come back for this tower control game that we're about to go into. If you can get a crab set up on, if you're pushing the tower and able to get a crab set up on the other team's snipe spinner area, that can be so deadly. So if they are going to be able to use that crab, I could see that coming into play for them. You know, gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah. I feel like Pickup is going to stick with the comp they had before with that 52 cal for tower control. I feel like it's not necessarily a map where... Yeah, it's not necessarily... Okay. It's not necessarily a map where I think that crab is like entirely necessary, especially if you're playing with another splash wall weapon, but Synapse is going to opt to play that Splash-O-Matic anyhow, just like they did on Zone's Hagglefish. So both teams are just going to end up opening off into the middle of the map, and Pickup is going to need to be extra wary because they've been getting caught out a little bit by Junkie and Axiom on that Tetra Octobrush combo here.
This game is starting out the same way the previous game started out. Tri-strikes coming out from both sides of the map here, just trying to use those tri-strikes to maybe get a pick, maybe play off of them. And as both teams are fumbling, trying to get that mid space for themselves, we see Junkie here doing what they do, sharking in mid, but is caught out there by Pickup, and Pickup here actually having 2 members down, 3 members down now on the side of Decay, is going to start pushing this tower through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, Luke up on the snipe. This is kind of like, we see booyah bombs from up here very frequently, as well as crabs. You kind of just are able to hold your ground, throw it wherever you need to, keep an eye on everything, especially throw fizzies from up there. A tower is just going to cruise on in to that final checkpoint as the strikes come out. Synapse does end up going down in that crab. Luke drops on the Booyah Bomb, but manages to live in that situation. They're able to find a hit, but not quite enough. Junkie's still going to come out of that situation alive, and Decay is going to rebound, gain some control over here, but Kiwi has something else to say about it.
Yeah, Kiwi actually, typically that Neo Splash is a more supportive type weapon, but Kiwi there using it very aggressively, able to get a pick and then secure that jump in as well to just create a nuisance in that area. Oh, unfortunate bomb there on the wall to put a stop to Brandon on the squeezer. Now, the tower is back in mid and points are starting to go down for Decay. Decay is now the team that's pushing the tower, but it's just Keto left here on the board as we see them going backwards on the right side of the screen. They're having to back up completely to their snipe. They were able to start pushing the tower, but Pickup was there in an instant, immediately defending the tower and stopping that.
Yeah, tower going back forward. Pickup has the tower's momentum running with them, but Junkie as well as Axiom, that combo yet again is going to sweep through mid, clean up multiple members, and now it's just Kiwi trying to hold ground on their snipe. They're able to find a pick onto the Octobrush, and Keto's just going to have to just hold their ground, let that tower come forward behind them, and unable to play super duper aggressively here because of the multiple members going down. They're able to just paint up mid, but that's not going to be enough to win the fight, especially against a machine that's going to be able to dodge everywhere and just throw sloshes over that angled surface in mid. Pickup is going to eventually find that ground and move forward and start yet another push.
Wow, they got a complete wipe onto Decay all at the same time. And now able to push forward. You see Tri-Strike coming out. Luke here using this Booyah Bomb on the right side. Not throwing it right away, just kind of stalling it, making sure that they make the members of Decay have to focus on that Booyah Bomb. Luke does get called out though on the Booyah Bomb, and Axiom pushes up with that Tetra. Does get a trade with Brandon, but as this game continues, there's a minute and 30 seconds remaining. Decay is really going to have to figure out what they need to do in order to push the tower, because it feels like Pickup is just not letting that happen. Pickup is doing really, really good on this game in particular, and they really have, it seems like, found their synergy that they've been looking for.
Oh my gosh, Synapse getting baited, the jump just floating back onto tower, but Synapse still going to live through that engagement. Now Synapse is the last member alive. Multiple picks did go out. They're going to find themselves in a pretty good position, able to get some paint. They don't have that crab online though. The tower seems like it's going to have an easy time getting through that first checkpoint. They have some specials online, including that Inkjet. Junkie's over on that right side, locking it down, trying to hold their ground. They don't have a Zipcaster online just yet, but that Reef Slider did end up being very well timed. That's going to let Junkie move forward. Not able to find a pick though. Axiom's able to get a pick. The tower's going to stop at 43. There's only 10 more points on the board that they need to get the lead, but that may be rather difficult. There's a member behind flanking in mid. It's Luke, but Luke is going to find themselves caught off guard there. But yeah, still, there's 2 members alive, 3 members. The jumps are just going to continue coming back in. Decay has one last shot at a push here.
Going into the last 20 seconds, I love those jump-ins that Keto was able to secure for their team. Now, as they are able to get to the tower, 2 members do go down on the side of Decay, and right now Pickup has to know that, hey, we just need to hold our plat, we just need to hold our street, and maybe get some defensive specials ready. We don't need to push up farther than where we are right now, because we don't need to be going down. Decay, on the other hand, tries to get on the tower because they know it is make or break moment, but with the way that Pickup just stood back and defended their plat area, that played out really well for them. They had the patience that they needed there, and Pickup is securing this game for moving on to grand finals, while Decay is going to be moving down into losers finals.
Yeah, we saw that aggressive duo on the side of Decay, unable to really get in the last 30 seconds there. They're trying to find a way in, but Pickup did end up backing up, kind of letting Decay come to them there, and that ended up working out for them. They were able to get those specials online. They had the booyah for the tower in overtime, and you saw that corner where the tower was consistently getting stopped. That's kind of the most difficult spot to push through here on this map. So Pickup did a great job locking that down, playing to their win conditions here. they're going to be moving on to Grands, and Decay will be playing against STEAMHAPPY, who did end up coming out on top in that losers semifinals game.
Oh, looking at this bracket, this is actually really interesting because you can see up on the winner's side of the bracket, Decay has already fought STEAMHAPPY, so they're already familiar with each other, and they have to be knowing what they need to be doing differently if you're STEAMHAPPY. The two of them meeting down in losers finals is gonna be interesting to watch because they've already played each other. And look at the score too, it was a 3-0. So that is going to be, that's always good. When it's two teams that are already familiar with each other, they know how to play against each other. You know, chat, I'm gonna be honest, I'm temporarily stalling, and I want to see if anyone can start counting. 1, 2, 3. Like, can everyone do it? Can we make it happen? That's what I want to see right now. While we wait to go into this next set. Yes, it's happening. Yes. I learned this from, I learned stalling from the great Asti La Vista. Shout out to Asti. What? Chat. Yeah. Wait. Okay, 15, 16, 17. Okay, there's a few you in there. I see a B. I see... Okay, 25. We're making things happen. I love this.
We're actually counting the number of pickups in the tournament.
I don't know. It's Saturday night. I really felt like just seeing if the chat was able to count from starting at 1.
They're doing great.
You're doing great, guys. You're doing great.
Dang, a few of you guys are just showing off your counting skills. It's very impressive. I wish I was able to count beyond 4. But yeah, we are going to be seeing our losers finals match next, Decay versus STEAMHAPPY, which is certainly going to be an interesting set, especially since it is a rematch, as we have talked about.
Yeah, like I said, right, before we started doing our wonderful counting in chat, looking at the bracket was really, once I realized, wait, these two teams have already played each other, and it was a really strong set, it looked like, being a 3-0, Decay being the team that sent STEAMHAPPY down into loser side of the bracket. So, like I said, these two teams are already familiar with each other, and maybe going into this, STEAMHAPPY will have a better idea of what they need to do in order to play against Decay.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little bit caught off guard if you're, sometimes you're playing against a team and you think you're going to do pretty well, but you just get caught off guard by teams who are playing above their quote-unquote expected skill level, and Decay has been showing that they're a lot better than people are giving them credit for. But especially since if you may recognize a lot of these players on STEAMHAPPY who have been playing in the Ink TV League recently, certainly nothing to sneeze at. But Decay 3-0ing them earlier certainly shows their coordination as a team.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And this is, as the screen shows, going to be a best of 3 set. So that means it's that much more, there's that much more pressure, there's that much more on the line, because there's not that leeway of having those 2 extra games. Whoever wins this is going to be the first team to get to the score of 2. So we could either be going to a game 3, or this could just be a complete 2-0. We'll have to see.
Yeah, thankfully we only need to count to 3 for this set. Actually, count to 2. So these teams are not going to be as going through as difficult a challenge as Twitch chat.
Yeah, yeah. We practiced our counting. I think we can handle it.
We did great.
Yeah, absolutely.
But can these guys stack up to it is the real question. We've got Rainmaker Manta as the first map, which we have not seen yet tonight, but it's certainly a difficult map to push through. The street area and trying to dive into the pit, it's difficult to get those extra points on the board. Especially not sure what composition STEAMHAPPY is going to be running here. but Decay has certainly shown they're able to move up aggressively with that dynamic duo of the Tetra and the Octobrush.
And when I think about Rainmaker and Manta Maria, it just kind of, it seems really stressful, because if you're not able to, say you're on the defense and you're not able to get to your street fast enough, you're not able to have members hold and not keep going down, it can get snowbally so fast. It was like that in Splatoon 2, and it's like that here in Splatoon 3. So, game 1 of losers finals here, starting Decay versus STEAMHAPPY. And looking at these comps, Decay sticking what we have been seeing them play. And then on the other side, STEAMHAPPY, we're getting to see what their comp is here. We see a machine, a vanilla splash, a charger, and a 96 scowl. Haven't seen those in quite some time.
This is interesting. We have Joe on the machine. This is a very, I'd say, very low paint team composition that's more relying on spacing you out from a distance, getting stray picks off of those chip damage, and that seems to be exactly what's going on here. Hello. And the rest of STEAMHAPPY is going to move forward. The ballpoint finds himself in an awkward situation, but what the hell? Keto finds 2 in that situation. That's going to stop the Rainmaker at the checkpoint. Joe is in no man's land at this point. They're going to get taken out. Keto single-handedly stopping that push from turning into a near knockout. So incredible stop there. And that's going to mean that STEAMHAPPY is going to have to back up into mid here.
Keto has just been consistently, anytime we see them on stream, just holding down areas with that ballpoint and doing it really well. Whether it's, trying to juggle a 1v1 with that ballpoint or getting jump-ins for their teammates, they're just consistently doing a great job with that. Now looking at the game, there is Junkie with that Octobrush using a Zipcaster, I believe that was, to push up and get that pick onto Bandit. Now Decay grabbing the Rainmaker, trying to slowly push up here to at least get to the first checkpoint, but STEAMHAPPY was right there to put a stop to that.
Yeah, especially with weapons like the or specials like the Zipcaster and the Inkjet from the ballpoint. Decay has a lot more options to push in here than STEAMHAPPY does. Oh my goodness, 2 nice picks from Junkie. They're going to try and run it to that checkpoint, but Junkie first is going to scare back that charger. That's going to clear the space they need. Here we go, that Zipcaster doing exactly what I just said. Get above that high ground, jump into areas you're not supposed to be in, and that's exactly what's going to enable Decay to push forward. It can be so hard to move forward on this map unless you're able to get up into that top left, up to exactly where they just pushed. They're able to drop the Rainmaker down to 26 points. That's going to be a very big push and difficult to contest for Steam.
Yeah, STEAMHAPPY, they still have about 3 minutes left of this match, so they definitely still have time to figure out how they want to work together to get the lead. Rainmaker does reset, and there is 1 member down on the side of Decay. So if STEAMHAPPY is able to play this carefully, maybe they can make something happen. They already have that first checkpoint, and they just need to play carefully and see they're able to get the Tetra down, and they're actually opting to grab the Rainmaker, take it through that right side to try and get points on the board fast with this Kraken.
Yeah, He-Man on the wall is going to stop the Rainmaker, but Decay is going to just barely hang on to that lead. That's kind of crazy. Just stopping it in the nick of time. That's going to enable them to push back into mid. And, Rainmaker being I think people have called it a high watermark mode. The fact that STEAMHAPPY is pushed to 27 is completely irrelevant. Unless they have the lead, that's not enough. Now Axiom just trying to move the Rainmaker forward. This is seeming like a very desperate push of the Rainmaker, just trying to get it as far away from spawn as possible. Perhaps not the best idea, as they had a lot of paint on the board. Now Bandit trying to take the short path with the Rainmaker, and we see the Kraken Septus getting in on that left side. They're going to be able to get multiple picks. They were not expecting this angle. That's going to be a delayed wipe. The Rainmaker is going to be able to move forward, get the lead, sneak towards the pedestal, and secure the dunk. STEAMHAPPY takes the game.
STEAMHAPPY able to take advantage of Decay getting a complete wipe. Decay was not able to regroup fast enough to get specials ready for defense, to get the space they need to push up to defend that Rainmaker. And I really liked that usage, like you highlighted, of the Kraken from Septus, and then throwing the wall ahead of Bandit, who was carrying the Rainmaker, to just secure area ahead of the Rainmaker even more. Great use of recognizing when you have that advantage state. we are now headed to game 2, and like I highlighted before this, if STEAMHAPPY is able to win this game, then they will be moving on to grand finals. But if Decay wins this game, then we are headed to a game 3. So it's just that much more pressure, because this is a best of 3 set, and you don't have those extra 2 games to figure out what you need to do against this team.
Yeah, we saw Decay look extremely strong on this map, so I would not be surprised if we see a quick rebound, but STEAMHAPPY certainly looked very strong that previous game. Once they were able to take advantage of that flank, get into that top left, it was game over. The invincible Kraken was just unable to be stopped by what Decay had to offer. And that's kind of what we talked about, which was getting up to that left side, just being able to press from a different angle is oh so important, and that means that and that's kind of what's enabled Decay to knock out on this map. That's what enabled STEAMHAPPY to knock out on the previous map. We'll see who's able to really get the most out of that here, able to get up into that top left, looking from the attacker's side, and help their team get that knockout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thinking about how Decay already played amazing on this map and mode, able to take that top, like you said, that top left area really fast. If they're able to do that again, I could definitely see that working out for them, but this time they are against a different team on this map and mode. But they have played this team already, they are the team that sent them down to loser side of the bracket. So looking at these comps, actually, I think there's no switch-ups here on the board. Both teams are sticking with the same comps that we saw previously, so they have to be feeling good with these weapons that they have.
Yeah, both teams sticking with what they have. I'm a little bit surprised that STEAMHAPPY is so comfortable running that composition on such a small map, but they're making the most out of it. A delayed wipe yet again, Pelu moving into that top left. They have the crab online. It's going to be a good spot to pop it from, but they're going to need to pop it before they end up dying, but they get chased down by Axiom on those tetras. The push is going to get smothered before it begins, but that's not going to stop Pelu from getting a pick and holding ground for STEAMHAPPY in mid.
Now Decay pushing forward. Oh, Axiom there was leading the charge on the Tetra, but was called out by, I think that was Bandit. I liked Bandit's jump back too. They recognized that they had that tri-strike ready. They could tell that Decay was getting set up for something big, so they were able to jump back, make sure they were able to utilize their special. Decay actually did score clams in the basket, but you can see here STEAMHAPPY doesn't seem like they're fretting at all. They're just slowly, they knew that they had that mid area that they needed and were able to push forward right away to secure space, and now Bandit opening the basket for themselves.
Yeah, Bandit's going to be able to get some points on the board. The specials do come in on the side of Decay. Bandit's going to find themselves chased out between a rock and a hard place here, but they're going to be able to scare out the Octave Rush. They're going to continue holding their ground. This push is moving slow, but very steadily for STEAMHAPPY. They're continuing to drop a few more clams into the basket. Axiom's going to sneak in and get 2 picks, though. It's a 2v2 situation. Bandit is still alive on that stack, being a nuisance for Decay. The paint is going to swing back in Decay's favor, and they have an opportunity to equalize the game.
Axiom once again pushing up through this right stack like we saw them do previously, and does use that reef slider to displace these members of STEAMHAPPY. Once again, Bandit jumping back to make sure that he is able to regroup with his team, and there are 3 members down on the side of Decay. This looks like exactly what we saw on the previous push from STEAMHAPPY. They have their specials ready, they're able to push up, open up the basket, and they have another pity climb in. Bandit able to jump forward, score in that pity climb as well. The score continues to go down here as Septis is actually up here in their spawn with that Kraken. Once again, Septis continuously doing a great job with the Kraken.
Yeah, managing to sneak in, get a nice pick. I mean, getting onto a flank and then crackening is very strong. Oh my god, Junkie's behind them. I just noticed. Yep, they sneak in. Here come the clams on the board. Again, STEAMHAPPY didn't have the most points on the board despite holding the ground for so much longer than Decay has, but Decay did manage to sneak in. It's a 22-point game at this point. Decay has been on the back foot the entire game, but if they're able to find situations where they're able to sneak in clams, it could be lights out for STEAMHAPPY. But STEAMHAPPY continuing to hold the middle of the map. They've been doing a great job just staying alive. Bandit finds yet another pick, and that's going to be another thorn in Decay's side. They're going to need to move forward, just dislodge that charger and the crab if they want to push in, but they're having such a difficult go at it. They're going to need to get some picks, but the specials coming out might open the door for them.
Keto here tries to use this inkjet to secure some picks, maybe a pick or two, but is called out there by Joe, as we see. But Axiom right there to clean that up, and once again starts trying to take this right stack and do what Tetras do, you know, act as a distraction, make the whole other team look at you and displace them. That way your team can follow up behind that. Axiom does get called out, as we saw that it seems like STEAMHAPPY is recognizing how to, you know, counter that. They just back up and all shoot at the Tetra together. I'm really wondering if, oh my gosh, okay, I was gonna say, I'm wondering if we're gonna see another jump in, and looks like there were little bits of that starting to happen, but STEAMHAPPY, they recognized that that could happen again, and they put a stop to that right away.
Yeah, Decay does still have a power claim online. They're unable to sneak it in. They need to be careful not to get too aggressive there. It feels like they're just trying to, after this first success sneaking into the basket, it looks like they're just fishing for that extremely hard. They're going to need to fight mid, fair, and square if they want to win, but they're not going to be able to do it. So many clams on the side of STEAMHAPPY, and that's going to knock out the game, knock out Decay from this tournament, bring STEAMHAPPY into grand finals. Decay looking extremely strong throughout the tournament. Wonderful run to them.
Absolutely. Decay was amazing to watch on the stream and see how well they did throughout this tournament. So definitely GG's to them. I had a blast watching them play, having, you know, a little bit more of a different comp than we're not used to seeing. So really good on them, and seeing the way that their team synergy played out really well. STEAMHAPPY though, man, they were able to turn it around against Decay. Since Decay previously 3-0'd, STEAMHAPPY sent STEAMHAPPY down to the losers bracket. I'm really curious. I didn't watch STEAMHAPPY earlier in the tournament, but I'm wondering, you know, did they switch up their weapons? Did they switch up their gameplay? What did they do differently? Because whatever it was, they looked great there.
Yeah, they definitely looked very good. I feel like they may have adjusted quite a bit, because you could kind of see the opportunities where Decay was able to get in. It felt like STEAMHAPPY just had a few big slip-ups, and Decay was able to take advantage of those. That may have been what happened earlier in the tournament, but STEAMHAPPY able to patch up those weaknesses and take the victory this time around. Now we've got I believe are these guys the number 1 and 2 seeds from the entire tournament, I believe. Things end up working out in the end, and STEAMHAPPY versus Pickup are going to be your final two.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen, so here, as we've been watching top 4, both us commentating and then you at home who have been watching this, you know, we got to watch both of these two teams play recently here in top 4, so we're familiar with each of them. We're familiar with the weapons that they play, their play styles, and that always makes the storyline a little bit more interesting when you're familiar with how a team is doing right there and then. And I honestly, you know, the seeds say it right, seed 1 and 2. Anything can happen going into this grand finals.
Yeah, these two teams were on opposite sides of the bracket, so they have yet to face each other. Especially, I mean, I guess it's obvious, but it's not obvious considering this is single elimination. But then it became double. Anyways, these two teams are now going to be facing off against each other. They've both made quite a long run, as you can see by the mega bracket there. They're going to end up facing off against each other here in grand finals. STEAMHAPPY, of course, needs to take 2 sets in order to get the victory here. And I feel like for these two teams who are at a relatively similar skill level, if I were to guess, Pickup does have the high ground, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a good point to think about. Their similar skill level. I'm sure they've all played each other too, so they're in scrims, like not in the tournament, but outside of this tournament, they're familiar with each other. They know what each other plays and how each other plays. So I definitely, you know, looking at this, you think, okay, Pickup maybe is the stronger team looking at this, but with the way STEAMHAPPY played that last set, the way they came together and were able to take down a team that took them down, maybe they have warmed up. Maybe they have that synergy they've been looking for in the tournament as they go into grand finals.
Yeah. let's see. We're going to be actually starting on Splat Zones on Hagglefish. Pickup looked extremely strong on this map, but I think the dynamic of a charger is something that we have not seen so far in the tournament, or at least we haven't seen Pickup run into just yet. Especially for a team composition that likes to kind of sit back in space and maybe drop down splash walls. I think that this might be kind of Pickup's natural predator here, so to speak, but certainly splash walls are very difficult for individuals to deal with, so it's really going to come down to whether Pickup is able to single out members of STEAMHAPPY.
Absolutely. And if Pickup is able to come out with that double wall again, you know, maybe that will slow down the charger a little bit, or maybe they go back to that vanilla splash and utilize that burst bomb in the crab a little bit more. We'll have to see once we head into this first game. Speaking of the first game, like you highlighted, Fusion, we are going to Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market, and as we see here as well, the rest of the maps are counterpicked since we are in grand finals, and you cannot go back to the same mode you have won on. That's the only rule for these counterpicks.
Alright, so the ban rules for this set is going to be counterpicks. You cannot switch back to a mode you have won on. So if Pickup wins on Splat Zones, they are not going to be able to pick Splat Zones for the rest of the set. So if you lose a mode, you can still pick it, which is going to be kind of an interesting dynamic, which means we may be seeing a few Splat Zones games here, so as I think both teams find that kind of to be their home.
I was thinking the same thing when I was thinking about how this first one is Splat Zones and how well we've seen Pickup in particular do on Splat Zones. You know, they're going to have to be careful. I think STEAMHAPPY is definitely going to give them a run for their money when it comes to Splat Zones. A lot of these higher level teams, they will play those zones only scrims, so they are familiar with the game flow of Splat Zones. And starting out on Splat Zones Hagglefish 2, it's a great starting map to really get a feel for how you want to play against this team throughout the rest of the set as well.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to kind of feel each other out to know what they want to counterpick. I think these players are pretty familiar with each other, but I mean, when you're with the Pickup, the dynamic kind of always changes. It's difficult to really know for sure. People just kind of always end up counterpicking to whatever their comfort is, and so I feel like we're going to be like, all right, Haggle Splat Zones, and then it's going to be like Mako Splat Zones, and then it's going to be like Haggle TC, and then it's going to, you know, it's going to be probably the same 2 or 3 maps if I were to guess. There's not too many maps that I think you can get everyone on a Pickup to agree on. When you're like, hey guys, what do we counterpick? Everyone's gonna end up being like, I like zones, and it's like, yeah, that sounds okay. Yeah, we do have the map list here. Yeah, so Mako Mart Zones is in the in the rotation here. Yeah, 4 maps per mode. So teams are probably going to end up counterpicking to 1 or 2 of their most favorite stages. But here we go, let's hop right into it, Rissa.
Hopping right into it, and guess what I see right away from Bandit? We get to see an E-leader switching over from that Ziff charger, so I like that. Gonna be able to utilize the range of that E-leader to sit back and poke at these aggressive players on the side of Pickup a little bit more and play safely. On the other side, Pickup not gonna come out with that 52 gal once again, having the same comp that we saw them play previously on this map and mode, switching from that 52 gal over to that vanilla splash and gonna be able to utilize the crabs on this map.
Yeah, the crabs could certainly play a huge role. STEAMHAPPY does find themselves at an advantage, but how do you push forward against a machine who's just going to sit there like that? You wait for the longer range weapons or other members of your team to kind of get a flank or get a strong pick from a distance. That's exactly what they've done so far. Bandit locking down the middle of the map. It's going to make it difficult for members of Pickup to kind of just sit out in the open. The Zuka comes out. That's going to scare the E-leader back and open the way just a little bit, as Pickup does manage to find some nice paint on the ground, push the leader back. They're going to find themselves in an awkward spot next to that Kraken, but Sept is unable to find anything, and that means Synapse is going to run directly into a blender.
I really like what Synapse is going for. You know, the Kraken's about to end. We can get this pick easy. They don't have any paint to move around in, but Zeft is doing a great job using that splash wall to just completely shut down what Synapse had going there. And now the zone, looking at the score here, is capped for Pickup and counting down, but they have to be careful. There are now 3 members down on the side of Pickup and STEAMHAPPY, able to come together really nicely, really fast, and the majority of this map is still STEAMHAPPY's color, that yellow, so they're able to push back pretty fast.
Yeah, Pelu just trying to get some paint around the middle of the map. She has a crab to use in this opportunity, and that's going to be a very nice pick, using that Explo shot to just call out members of Pickup trying to just hide behind that little block there. That's going to allow Septis to cause some disruption with the Kraken, but unfortunately not able to get a pick in this situation, and that means the STEAMHAPPY is going to run out of paint here. Pickup is going to have an opportunity to try and hold the zone. Joe is alive somehow. They managed to find a pick after that crazy flank. I feel like there was an opportunity for them to get double teamed on, and now that the machine has a Booyah Bomb, this is not looking good for you. Joe is going crazy. What else can we expect from Joe at this point?
I know, right? Joe. I love that. Joe held the right side by himself, got a pick, and then was not only a distraction for their team, but just continued to get picks and allowed their team to completely come back here. Now, STEAMHAPPY, they do have the lead. They're counting down their penalty points, and with Bandit set up in the zone as that E-leader, that would be a scary sight if I was Pickup. You know, there's an E-leader set up in zone. They have that range. They can poke at you and get those picks on you if you need. Zuka and Crab coming out from Pickup. They're able to slowly start pushing up here and start slowly playing together to get the zone. Luke has to be careful though. Luke is marked and was had Pelu turn there to look at him, but Luke was able to secure that 1v1 with the machine, and now Pickup is in control of the zone, but they do have 2 members down.
My goodness, Luke does manage to find a direct hit. That's not going to be quite enough. They find themselves a little bit surrounded there, unable to chase down the member that they did end up getting the direct on. STEAMHAPPY has just looked very resilient in this game. When they lose the zone, Pickup is not able to hold it for very long, and that's kind of something you may expect with their team composition. They have like that Crab, but you do have a leader coming out from Bandit, and so there's kind of the inevitability of, well, we can't outrange people, so you can't really play that spacing game quite as well as they'd hope. Now the timer's ticking down, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Pickup needs to make a move. They run for the zone. They're not going to be able to get it in this instance. STEAMHAPPY takes that first game.
Man, it seems like throughout this winner side of the bracket, STEAMHAPPY, once they went down into loser's side, you know, it seems like looking at the scores and looking at what we've seen them play here, they have that momentum that they need. They have that synergy. They're figuring out how to play with each other, and it seemed like they were coordinating really, really well there and playing off of each other. So heading into this next game, Pickup going to have to figure out what they need to do maybe a little bit differently. They definitely had those moments in that game where they were getting the upper hand, but STEAMHAPPY was just able to turn things around really fast.
Yeah, and I feel like on a mode like Zones, it's very easy to just kind of anchor yourself down and chill in your place, which weapons like Leader or Crabs are going to want to do. But if we end up on a different mode, it may be more difficult to pull out a charger. For example, you won't be seeing that E-Leader, at least you probably won't be seeing that E-Leader on very smaller, cluttered maps or something like Rainmaker or Clamblitz. I think those are less likely to come out there. So we'll see what Pickup picks here. Man, I briefly got the flashbacks of the Pickup versus picking up.
I did too, as soon
in
as
my
you
mind,
said that.
and I had almost forgotten that was the first thing we went through on stream.
I literally the same thing happened to me. I was like, wait, I'm having like flashbacks of Pickup versus picking up and their picks.
Yeah. But now Pickup is the only Pickup remaining. They picked up some nice kills on the other Pickups, and now we'll see if they're able to pick up the W here in Grands. But they find themselves a game down. Looks like they have counterpicked. We do end up going, indeed, to Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. This is going to be a difficult map to try and pull out Charger on. So I'm wondering if we're going to see either the Ziff charger coming out from STEAMHAPPY here, or we are going to be seeing a change entirely.
That was my same first exact thought as well. You know, counterpicking Rainmaker against a team that has a charger main, and the charger main that plays charger really well is always a staple. You know, you're gonna be able to play a little bit faster. You know, that charger might not be able to keep up with the pace of the game. But with the way that Bandit plays charger, he plays it so aggressively and very well aggressively. So I could definitely see him possibly sticking with the Ziff charger that we've seen him play. But, you know, a lot of times, like you said, Fusion, those charger players will switch to, you know, maybe a Splash or something of that variety heading into our Rainmaker game.
Well, here we go. We do see a Jet Squelcher. This is definitely a Rainmaker pick here. Very nice with that Mist and Rain coming out from STEAMHAPPY. So they do have a Rainmaker pick in the back pocket. And something that I guess, you know, popped into my mind is when people counterpick, I feel like they always counterpick the back line. You know? It's always the back line that they counterpick. They're like, it's like, screw you in particular. But when they have reliable picks for these sorts of situations, it may not be the best opportunity here. But Pickup does seem to be finding their groove a little bit earlier. They have a lot of paint on the ground. They all end up moving forward, and that means that they're going to have an opportunity for a push here. They do manage to get the Rainmaker, but yeah, they didn't clear out STEAMHAPPY entirely, so Synapse is going to make a suicide run for it, get the Rainmaker as far away from their spawn as they can. But yeah, STEAMHAPPY already rebounding, clearing out the middle of the map.
Yes, STEAMHAPPY doing a great job at just rushing back into mid, not only shutting down that Rainmaker, but also pushing forward, getting picks, and getting that map control they need to get a push of their own. Seftis here does grab the Rainmaker, starts pushing it through this left path, and they are super close to the lead, but it looks like actually they're going to rotate to the right pedestal, fake out, pick up completely, and secure this first checkpoint. Great fake out there from Seftis.
You had me fooled. Yeah, really good fake out coming out there. The checkpoint is very important to just get online. Oh my goodness, Pelu managing to sneak in, grab that Rainmaker, get a few extra points on the board, and the difference between like 60 and 37 is massive. That's a huge mistake coming out from Pickup. They're going to need to take that checkpoint on the left almost undoubtedly at this point. That's probably the only way they're going to be able to get those points so easily. But they are setting up for that. They have 3 members up in this situation, but they're going to have to deal with Invincible, Kraken of Seftis coming in and slowing down the push.
Seftis just consistently is doing such a good job with that Kraken, shutting down pushes, shutting down momentum from the other team completely. And the Rainmaker being shut down from Pickup, SBC Seftis point of view here, and paired with their teammates, they're just trying to make sure that they are holding this right area. They are not letting anyone from Pickup to grab the Rainmaker. We saw Synapse there push up a little bit, maybe was going to potentially grab the Rainmaker, but the Rainmaker has reset. This gives both teams some time to figure out how they want to regroup to get a push in.
Yeah. Pickup rebounding back into mid, Synapse on the crab trying to clear out space, but STEAMHAPPY is content to just move as far back as they need to stay alive. Pickup just trying to find a way in. They're not being kind of gifted those free picks from STEAMHAPPY, who are just sitting back. And, you know, Pickup's kind of just got to go in at some point. It feels like if they just sit around and wait, that Kraken is going to come out, and they're not going to have any answers for it. Seftis has been just demolishing every one of their pushes with that Kraken, just getting in and killing members who are either jumping in or just distracted and unable to really defend themselves because they're trying to assist that push.
That was a great point to bring up too, how the longer that Pickup kind of sits around and waits for them to get a pick, the longer is giving STEAMHAPPY to get their specials ready, get that Kraken ready to make something happen for themselves. Speaking of making something happen for themselves, Bandit here grabs the Rainmaker and pushes it through the left side, gets the score all the way down to 24. So getting a lot of big points on the board. There's that Kraken once again from Seftis, and some jump-ins coming in from STEAMHAPPY, as it looks like they are not wanting to let go of this position they're holding and let go of this Rainmaker in Pickup spawn.
Yeah. Joe just sharking here, looking to try and move the Rainmaker. Nobody has an eye on it. They're going to continue moving in, and that's going to be a push down to 16. If 25 was if 25 was difficult, 16 is extremely hard to pass. You essentially need to knock out at that point, and Pickup has yet to show that they could do that. They've just been trying to get in, trying to get picks. Bandit is going to just dodge that Zuka at the last second, but Brandon does get some value. They find a nice pick on the left side. They're going to set up for a push here, but they have a lot of work cut out for them with only 40 seconds remaining.
Brandon able to get that pick onto Joe and start clearing space ahead of this pedestal so Pickup can make something else happen besides clearing this first checkpoint. Synapse there tried to use that crab to just continue the push going for Pickup, but that was easily shut down by STEAMHAPPY. And now STEAMHAPPY, they have gotten 3 members down on the side of Pickup. It's just Kiwi there in mid on that EO splash, and actually STEAMHAPPY grabs the Rainmaker. Pelu is gonna opt to just push it back. Not only, oh my gosh, I thought trying to get to that all the way into their spawn,
Third time's
just
the charm.
taking it as far back as they can.
Oh god. Yeah, good job to STEAMHAPPY. I feel like they definitely have caught on to how Pickup is playing this. They just didn't fall victim to stray picks. They didn't really get picked by Zuka much. They didn't get caught out by Crab, and they're just punishing Pickup for taking too long to really make a move.
They are, and they're. It seems like they're like painting areas and making sure that they have the paint that they need. Pickup hasn't really been able to get paint to be able to move around as freely as STEAMHAPPY has been. So whether it's that the team is more aggressive and they don't necessarily paint as much, or maybe it's just that STEAMHAPPY is just on their game with the paint. That seems like that's the one thing that's really sticking out to me, that Pickup, if they're able to do that a little bit better, maybe they can make something happen once we go into this game 3.
Yeah, I'm kind of anticipating, to counterpick a map and having it not go at all in your favor certainly hurts. And I'm curious if we are going to be seeing something kind of completely different, if we're going to be seeing, if we're going to be seeing something completely different, like if we're going to suddenly go to Clam Blitz. But I really just don't know what to expect out of Pickup at this point. I feel like STEAMHAPPY has been showing a lot more coordination. Okay, we do end up going to TC Inkblot. These 3 maps are like... Sorry, these 3 and Clam Blitz Museum are just like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. These are the 4 maps you see when everyone picks one from each mode. This is what you get. It appears in every single tournament ever, and I'd say for a good reason. People enjoy the maps, so no surprise to see people going back to them here.
Mm-hmm. We are going through the 4 Men of the Apocalypse. We're on the 3rd. So going into game 3, looking at this too, remember we are in grand finals. So if STEAMHAPPY is able to win this game 3, then that will actually cause a bracket reset, and we will be starting a set completely over. But if Pickup wins this, we will continue on to game 4. Looking at these comps, still no 52 gal coming out from Synapse, and Bandit on the other side is the main thing I see, going back to that Ziff charger.
Yeah, able to already help their team move in, the Crab especially, and Joe on the left side, clearing out so much space. That's going to enable STEAMHAPPY to get a push going here. Joe is able to jump out of that situation to a teammate. Sept is trying to get up into that top left, which is quite important, but they're not able to get there. They get stopped before they're able to oh my goodness. Stop before they're able to get there, somehow surviving that situation. If they're able to get even close, yep, the Kraken is going to come out. So unfortunately, because they were unable to stop Septis from getting up there, the Kraken's going to come out, and that's going to let STEAMHAPPY get back into the middle here. But unfortunately, a few of those jumps did end up getting called out. Pickup doing a really good job cleaning up, only losing that first checkpoint, trying to get something started of their own.
Septis there was sharking on the bottom right, and then was maybe like, I'm gonna go for a flank, and then was like, never mind, I'm gonna jump out. Smart jump out from Septis, gonna be able to regroup here with STEAMHAPPY and get ready for defense, as now Pickup is able to get the lead here and get through this first checkpoint, continue to get points on the board. I mean, this is looking really chaotic. You can see that Pickup is doing everything they can to continue this push, but they do have 2 members down. On the other side, though, STEAMHAPPY now has 2 members down as well. So this is kind of looking just extremely chaotic. Both teams are really just poking at each other to make something happen.
Yeah, and it looks like Pickup is managing to find some openings here. Luke getting up into the bats is going to enable him to just lock this area down, let the tower come in behind them, and let the crab go off. They also have a Booyah Bomb. That's another near invincibility special, which means as soon as he pops it, he's going to basically net his team another 10-15 points on the board. He pops it in order to stall just a little bit, stop STEAMHAPPY from dropping. If they drop, they get punished by the Booyah, but Septis using this Kraken to try and get in because it is invincible. They have that opportunity to do so. Unable to find any picks, though. That is going to slow the tower just a little bit, but maybe not enough.
Pickup is consistently doing a great job at holding this plat. They're getting the jump-ins that they need to just keep holding space. They're making sure that they watch bats. They're making sure that they're watching around the tower. They're making sure they're watching ahead of the tower. Bandit, though, has a really good angle here, is able to get one snipe onto Brandon, and that's actually going to create a really nice opening for their team to follow around behind that, stop the tower, and get a complete wipe onto Pickup. Now
Yeah.
is...
Sorry. After you.
Now it is STEAMHAPPY's turn to make something happen, and they are getting a great start at that as they get 3 members down on Pickup.
Yes, and this is certainly a very different look from what we've been seeing in the previous games. Pickup just completely on top of this game. Tower control seems to be their mode, but of course, if they win here, they cannot pick it yet again. But STEAMHAPPY does have some points on the board. They're looking to get past this checkpoint. If they're able to break this one and the next one, it could just be a knockout. Bandit with a very nice pick is going to enable the team to continue to push in. Pelu on that off angle with the crabs, going to let the tower continue moving on forward. A very funny splash wall on the tower is going to help them continue rolling on. How do you drop against this charger? You use that Booyah Bomb to help your team get in. Septis is unable to stop it at that point, and that's going to enable Luke and the rest of Pickup to try and drop back into the bats, try and slow down this push before they end up losing that last checkpoint.
STEAMHAPPY now is the team that is doing the same thing Pickup was doing. They are just holding the plat area here. They're holding the bats area, and they're really having the patience that they need to make sure that they try and do everything they can to get their score all the way down to 4. And look at these consistent chaining of specials. There's a crab coming out from Pelu. We saw the Kraken coming out from Septis, and there's that tri-strike as well. With 2 members, though, going down on the side of STEAMHAPPY, Bandit backs up a little bit behind the tower, gets a jump in from Joe. Joe actually securing that pick onto Kiwi, is now in a 1v2 and just held onto that tower as long as possible, secured the lead for STEAMHAPPY in the last 30 seconds of this match.
Well, this is a very difficult situation. If you look at the side of STEAMHAPPY, they have a Kraken in that 96 cal Septis. You can see him farming for that special up over in their spawn. They just need to get onto the tower at this point. It's going to be so difficult for Pickup to try and take back this lead, but that pick on the charger is going to be huge. That's the triple Ink Strike's gone. There's an Ink Zuka nearly online for Brandon. They're going to try and move up onto the tower. Pelu going in alone. They're unable to get that pick, but that's going to leave the tower unattended. And that means Pickup is going to hop back on the tower and, or rather, I may have said this all backwards. Sorry. Pickup is unable to get back on the tower, and STEAMHAPPY gets that reset.
Ooh, bracket reset. In grand finals, we're seeing how much STEAMHAPPY is really... like I said before this started, it seems like they're really figuring out their synergy and how to play around each other. And, I mean, they did amazing in these 3 games against Pickup. Also, that last game, too, I really like seeing how Joe just continuously was like, hey, I can just jump on the tower and just, like, make something happen. Was able to get the lead and then also just completely shut down Pickup's push. So things like that, just little bits of recognition are just the things that will make you play really good, and that's what we're seeing from STEAMHAPPY so far.
I mean, you could kind of see it felt like tower control was more of Pickup's mode, but even then, STEAMHAPPY was able to come out on top. The specials, the way they saved them for the most important moments, just ended up securing them that game. I felt that Pickup was just not quite able to clear out their spawn on that really extended push from STEAMHAPPY. They had opportunities to do it, but they were just unable to clear out all of the members of STEAMHAPPY. So they have another shot at it. That's the benefit they get from coming from winner's bracket. And now they're going to have a different set of modes. Now, instead of that Hagglefish game, it's going to be Zones on Maka, which, since the addition of that very funny sign, is not as much of an E-liter map as it was before.
Great point to bring up. Since we've seen Bandit playing the Chargers so far, might not be coming out with the E-liter on this one. A little bit of a shorter map than Hagglefish, so I have a feeling we'll see that Ziff Charger come out again from Bandit. They've just consistently been comfortably playing on that. On that whole last set, I'm thinking we didn't see any weapon switch ups besides Bandit. So it seems like Bandit's okay, I can just flex around to whatever you throw at me. I don't mind.
Yeah, it feels like Bandit is just comfortable on multiple weapons, and I feel like this is just kind of a problem with the scene in general. Nobody knows what to counterpick, because you're catering to 4 different players on your team, unless everyone knows exactly what they like and what they don't like and how it helps them play around the game. People are just going to counterpick a random maps, and it might as well be random. But TC certainly boded well for pickup, so that may help them in this set, but not if they stand around and get caught out by Bandit or Joe flanking around this right side here.
Really nice team play there coming out from Joe and Seftis, flanking around the right side, playing off of that initial snipe from Bandit. Now Bandit set up on that right stack with that Charger. That's got to be a scary sight if there's Bandit just poking at you as you're trying to come back in. That's got to be a scary sight that you have to be careful about, though. Bandit having to back up now to the left side, and as both teams are trying to figure out how they want to control the zone, there is a trade-off here. Both teams essentially had 2 members go down. Pickup, though, able to secure the zone finally and get some points on the board.
Yeah. Kiwi and Synapse trying to paint the zone from over here, but their comp a little bit, not liking in paint because of the 2 Splash-O-Matics, but the 2 painters trying to get back into the zone and unable to find the space to do so is exactly why they're having so much trouble recapping it. The strikes, the fizzy bombs, and just all of the pressure has been coming out on those 2, and they've been unable to get into the zone in time. Pelu's going to shark over on that left side, Bandit just trying to clear out this other side of the map. And Pickup is just having such a difficult shot at getting in here. They have SteamHappy has the specials online to try and slow down the push here, and that's exactly what's going to come out. We've been seeing the specials strikes come out at the same time as Septis is using that Kraken, and that's just enabled him to get some nice picks because, you stop their push, and while people are distracted and trying to decide on other things, the Kraken comes in and gets a pick. But don't make me eat my words, because Pickup is going to manage to get back in with a very well coordinated push and make the entire map blue.
They're painting that map really fast, making sure that they get their specials ready for defense here. SteamHappy actually has Joe go down, so they, as Pelu was using their crab, Joe did go down, and they're having to regroup a little bit more and slow down that momentum that they had, slow down the aggression that they had, wait for Joe to come back, and now that they have the Tri-Strike and the Kraken ready, they're going to use it just like you said, Fusion. There goes that Tri-Strike, there goes Seftis through the Tri-Strike. That's not necessarily a tactic I've seen before, and I'm taking notes. I really like that tactic of those 2 specials together. SteamHappy able to get the zone again, but what a complete turnaround. Pickup here, getting essentially a complete wipe on to SteamHappy and getting the zone back.
Yeah, they certainly have a better feel for what SteamHappy is going to throw at them and are more able to kind of dodge and then come back in when they have the opportunity. 1 member goes down onto each side, Brandon finding another trade. Now it is 2v2 in the zone, but no specials are online just yet. It feels like Pickup is playing a little bit more, not passively, but they're able to stay back and try and dodge things like the Charger or the Crab. As I say that, the Charger and the Crab each get a pick, and SteamHappy finds their way back into the zone. That's going to allow them to recap and really just try and set up a lockout of their own. Joe and Pelu are just going to try and hold down this left side while Bandit watches the other, but you may want to rethink the way you guys balance yourselves across the map, because a lot of pressure is coming in from that right side.
Luke there, kind of being reminiscent of Joe on the right side, tries to flank around to the right side and get some aggressive plays happening for their team. But in doing so, that gave time for the zone to completely flop the lead here. And now STEAMHAPPY does have the lead, but they do have 2 members down. So Pickup here is in a position to cap the zone once again. And in the last minute of this, you know, Pickup can definitely make something happen. They just have to play this really carefully. They do have 2 specials ready too, so you can tell they're getting ready to get the lead here. It's so close for them as we head into the last 40 seconds of this.
Yeah, Pickup counting down the timer. They nearly have no penalty on the board, and they nearly have the lead here. No more crab is going to be available, so 2 members down on STEAMHAPPY. It's going to be now the pressure onto STEAMHAPPY. They're going to need to make a run for the zone. They're just having such a hard time. It feels like they're ending up trickling in this situation, and Pickup may have found what works for them as they finish off this first game.
I'm trying to think about, like, what was it from Pickup that they did so differently there? It definitely took them about half of that game to really figure out what they needed to do differently, but whatever it was working out really nicely for them. You know, maybe it was playing off of Luke's aggression a little bit better, watching where Luke makes those aggressive plays. I don't know. What do you think, Fusion? What did they do differently there to be able to win that first game?
I think it certainly seemed like they were more playing opposite STEAMHAPPY. It felt like they were trying to kind of take it on head to head before, and now it feels more like they're kind of rotating around STEAMHAPPY. Like when we saw multiple members on the left side, they ended up trying to push right, and when there were multiple members like on the right side, they end up either like backing up and using specials, or, you know, just deciding on other opportunities. Because I think STEAMHAPPY is just looking to catch people on their own. It seems like, or just catch people just kind of standing around and just caught off guard. So it might be something that it might be that Pickup is just kind of getting a feel for playing against a charger again, because there really aren't that many chargers out there right now.
Yeah, there aren't. Well, I actually scrimmed last night against a charger, and I definitely caught me off guard. I was like, wait, I totally forgot that you have to like try and just avoid this charger's range, because you'll get sniped really, really easily. So like you said, it seems like now Pickup, okay, they figured out they need to stay away from that charger's range, but play together and play around exactly what STEAMHAPPY is doing. That counter pick does come in, and we are headed back to Splat Zones for Game 2, this time headed back to Hagglefish Market.
Yes, we do head back to Hagglefish Market, which STEAMHAPPY looked quite commanding on last set. We'll see if they can bring back a little bit of that synergy they had before. So, going to zones again, it means that they feel comfortable on zones, and they think they can win on it. It was just, you know, perhaps how they played that game that might have gone wrong for them. You know, we kind of saw Pickup being like, how about this mode? No, let's go with the other mode. And it ends up being that I think it's just how they played it that needed to change just a bit. But both teams are going to be coming into this map with a different strategy. Bandit still back on that leader. Is that still the scope? I can't quite tell from this angle.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
that is still the scope. But we'll see what happens here as both teams begin their fight in the zone at the start with a very early aggressive Kraken. Holy crap, Sept is just moving straight.
That was quite the sight to see. 2 crabs on one side and all of a sudden a Kraken just running at the 2 crabs.
Oh my god, like that was just so deliberate and so funny, because it's like, okay, we're gonna have STEAMHAPPY is like, alright, we're gonna have a crab battle, and Pelu got the crab too, and Septis is just like farming early crab and is like, okay, I'm going to farm crab and then go straight at you. It's like, I'm killing you.
I have Kraken. I'm going in. Oh, as Septis does exactly that. Has Kraken is going in, and now a complete wipe onto Pickup. We are in this position again where Bandit is able to get those ink mines in zone and get push forward in front of the zone here to utilize that E leader's range. I really like too that STEAMHAPPY still has 2 specials ready, so they are set up for defense right now. Bandit uses that breaker to slow down anyone coming in from the left side. 1 member going down on pickup. And the lead actually swapping on the side of STEAMHAPPY here, taking the lead as Septis runs this charge with the Kraken once again.
Yeah, Septis backing out before the end of the Kraken, which we've kind of seen him do quite a bit, using that splash wall to defend himself once he gets back, basically just moving in, and if he's unable to find a pick, just retreating. And that seems to be working against pickup so far. It feels like, he's using it to counter the crab, and that seems to be working relatively well, especially against the double crab, which pickup brought out this game, which is worth pointing out. Now, Luke over on that right side is going to be unable to find a pick. Pelo coming in like a monster and just taking out 2 or 3 of them, and pickup is now having a much harder time getting in than we saw last game.
They are having a much harder time, and there's a lot of orange paint on the map right now as we see Pelu sharking under this canopy. Will Pelu be able to get a pick? Not quite able to get a pick, but able to push back some members of pickup and maybe scare them back a little bit. You can see Luke there on the left side of the map is coming around the left, trying to get a flank for their team, and is taking this 1v1 with Pelu, is able to win it, and then taking on this 1v1 with Joe, does get a trade-off, so that is going to be good for pickup. That's going to allow them the time to secure the zone, but unfortunately, as I eat my words, a complete wipe comes out on the side of pickup, and STEAMHAPPY once again has the zone, and we're seeing these positions that they take again to defend the zone. They have this down to the T.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see Septis just a rinse and repeat. Whenever the crab goes off, I press Kraken, I go in, I kill, I leave. I put down splash wall, I fart Kraken. And this sort of the same exact thing again. Here come the crabs, here comes the Kraken, here comes the Kraken at the crab, unable to find a pig yet, and Kiwi's gonna manage to just barely survive in that instance, but still, despite that successful defense there, the time is nearly up for pickup. They're moving back to the zone, but it's still orange. STEAMHAPPY holding the zone, Pelu trying to get back in the nick of time. The timer's ticking down, and they're gonna hang on to the zone and take back that second game.
Luke and Brandon there, you could see them doing everything they can. They knew, okay, we just need to paint the zone. Can we make it happen? But STEAMHAPPY was on that. They knew, hey, we just need to paint the zone too. They backed up. They secured that, completely KO'd that. And man, we have quite the match for this bracket reset so far. Literally, the score is 1-1, so this is so back and forth.
Yeah, and so now where do we go from here? Well, it's Pickup's turn to pick a map in this case, and I feel like we might be going back to Inkplot TC, if I were to take a guess. Pickup last set, where they had quite a difficult time, did show a lot of strong pushes on that map, so I feel like since we can't go back to zones, Pickup has won on zones now, so they're unable to pick zones. We might be heading to a tower control, if I were to guess, but they've certainly had a very difficult time dealing with like the aggressive Krakens that Septis has been pushing out here. And I mean, it's a difficult thing to deal with, especially when you try and run double crab. So we might be seeing Pickup try a little bit of a different approach going into this next map.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, and when you're against a Kraken, what do? It's like literally invincible. So, how do you think about countering something that's invincible, especially with the way that STEAMHAPPY's been playing it, pushing through the specials that they have, using that Kraken to push through whatever specials that they have ready, and using that really, really nicely. You could see they're really thinking about this. They're really thinking about what counter pick do we want to do here. And, like we've seen in the previous set, if you're going to counterpick a charger per se, or just counterpick anything on the other team, Bandit has showed us that they can switch to whatever they want to just match whatever mode it is.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the flex Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Thank you. Apologies. I was just a little bit confused there because our streamer, unfortunately, disconnected from Discord very briefly. But things are all good. We're going just right back into the next game, which I'm unsure if it has been decided just yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're really thinking about this. They're really thinking about this counter pick. And I mean, with the score tied up 1-1, you're in a bracket reset. I don't blame them.
Yeah, it's certainly a difficult place to choose. We're going to clams on Mako. I did not expect this at all. This is very interesting.
I did not expect this either. So looking at these comps coming out, tried and true coming out from both teams. They are comfortable with what they've been playing. Kiwi gonna be playing...
Sorry. Did you see here?
No, what was it? Oh my gosh! I did not see that. Thank you for the zoom in, streamer. I love that.
Thank you, Elemental.
Man, Kiwi is definitely going to be trying to make use of those tri-strikes. I love that. They are definitely dedicated to that. And starting out this match, two members do go down on the side of STEAMHAPPY. You can see Kiwi and Brandon in mid, getting ready to set up for a push as Luke and Synapse are right there to regroup with them.
Yeah, Pelu just trying to sneak in and unable to find a pick. They do have a crab here, now popping in a pretty good spot. The machine is not, it's not as easy to hit a crab with the machine as you might expect. And they're going to pay the price. Pelu staying alive here. STEAMHAPPY managing to gain control of mid. Kiwi finds themselves out of position there. And STEAMHAPPY is going to have some clams online and to gain some paints on the map. But Brandon is very sneakily behind them. And despite all the paint, they don't notice that just yet. But this push is going to begin. And a very nice flank is going to be what does it. But only one power clam is going to go in despite all of that work. And now an extra power clam is going to be in STEAMHAPPY's back pocket, and they're going to get a push started for themselves.
Oh, absolutely. You saw Septis there went back to make sure that they secured that extra power clam. And now as STEAMHAPPY actually tried to get a push in with those two power clams that they had, it has now flipped, and now Pickup is the team that is able to just push back into mid. They were able to score that one power clam in, but Pickup here already pushing into mid, using the space that they have very aggressively, and trying to get a push back in to secure more points to secure their lead even more.
Unfortunately, not able to find a pick with that Zuka. That decreased mobility with it is going to make them die in that situation as Joe gets yet another pick. Joe's just kind of been locking down the map for STEAMHAPPY, and that's exactly what's enabled them to push in just repeatedly. STEAMHAPPY now trying to get up into this top left. Joe not able to get there in time. The power clam goes in, but there's certainly been a lot of weak pushes on this map, and now they have so much time on the board. Pickup is able to just move so far forward after that push. The splash wall comes down. Two power clams are going to go in instantly. There's more power clams where that came from, and Pickup is looking very strong on their counter pick.
They are. They got big points on the board, and they're able to score a few more clams in. Kiwi pushes up there to try and get more clams in. With the score going all the way down to 38, finally we see a big push happen. Like you mentioned, Fusion, there were little pushes coming out from both sides, but finally Pickup is able to secure a bigger push and get their score all the way down to 38. Now as we see STEAMHAPPY having all this mid control, using that tri-strike, using that crab, using the specials that they have to get a push in. There is a trade happening right now. Both machines on the board are down. And there goes Septis' Kraken to try and get some picks, maybe displace some members of Pickup. I didn't see who was able to score in that power clam, but STEAMHAPPY able to score in one power clam. It looks like it was Septis. Thank you, streamer. And in all that happening, Pickup is able to instantly just push up right away and get this clam in the basket to get more points in.
Oh my god, but you gotta be so careful. Oh my god, both teams should know by this point. If you push in and get wiped, you're just asking for a massive push on the other side. And now STEAMHAPPY has a big opportunity here. They have a power clam, they have the pity clam behind them. That's going to let them push in towards the basket and get some extra points on the board. The power clam is gonna go in, only a few more points, and that's going to be the lead. Bandit trying to hold their ground. They're the last one alive. They're gonna jump out. just barely surviving, and Brandon has a power clam ready of their own, which they're gonna dunk into the basket.
What is happening? Both teams are they're just rushing in as soon as they have the advantage state. Each team has been rushing forward, throws a power clam in right away to open up the basket, and it's just happening back and forth and back and forth. With Pickup here having the lead in the last 30 seconds, Kiwi does have that one power clam at the ready, but they had to completely back up as two members of STEAMHAPPY, Joe and one other member on the left side, are just holding this space. Looks like they're trying to play a little bit patiently. They know that we are going to head into overtime here, and if they want to get the lead, they need to make sure that they stay alive with their specials.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is on STEAMHAPPY here. They need to make a move. They have multiple power clams online. Septus going by the basket. They're going to get 2 super jumps in. That should be enough to take the lead, but there's a push on the other side! There's a power clam that goes in for, for Pickup just in the nick of time, and that means Pickup is going to win that game.
Oh my gosh! That was insane. Because on one side, Septus doing the Kraken jumping thing, which you don't see a lot, but it did work. And then all of a sudden, who was that who went on the other side and opened the basket? That was really good recognition.
Yeah, super duper heads up play. That's like the only thing that's going to win you the game in that situation. And they did exactly what they needed to right in time, just on time. So, a really big game for Pickup. And, through all their trouble, they have made it. They're only one game away from winning Proving Grounds. So it's going to come down to what STEAMHAPPY is feeling for their counter pick. Pickup has seemed a little bit shaky on a variety of map modes, and I believe, they won on Mako, but they've only won on their counter pick so far. Every other map, or one of their counter picks so far. So it seems like they're still a little bit unsure of what's going to work best for them going into this next match. STEAMHAPPY cannot pick zones in this situation, so they are going to have to pick one of the other 3 modes, Clams, Rainmaker, or TC. And if I were to guess, we're going to be seeing Tower Control, because it seems like they really want to play, Tower Control or Rainmaker, where Bandit switches to the Jet Squelcher. We are going to see, that Tower Control Ink Blot. I feel like they're a lot more geared towards modes where Bandit can really let loose.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. When they're able to just enable the way Bandit plays with the Charger, the way he's able to play it really aggressively and set up in really aggressive positions, being able to utilize that and think about how to play around that is really, really good. So, that last game was starting to get really, it seemed like both teams were just starting to play so fast, and it was like, wait, look over here, look over here, look over here. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that again.
Which way did he go?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, here we are winding down to what could be the final game of the tournament. It's going to come down to whether or not Pickup is able to just push through to the very end. Crabs come out early, neither team able to find too big an advantage, but Luke on that right side gets a very nice pick. Septus on Kraken is not going to find anything. They're going to come up blank, and now they're just a little bit out of position, but because of that splash wall, they're going to be able to get some extremely nice picks around that flank, and now the pressure is on to Pickup.
I'm learning the 96 scout tactics from Septus. The Kraken ends, you just turn around towards the team and then throw down that splash wall and get picks. That's the strategy. And Septus here has a Kraken ready, does use it in the bats, and is going to take on this, fight with Brandon, secure that fight, but has to come back because someone is in mid just completely shutting down this push that STEAMHAPPY is starting.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of what Septus is doing is give them the impression that you're going to be vulnerable, so Kraken end lag, but you have the, the ability to turn the tables on them with that splash wall. But a very well coordinated push with that crab on the tower coming out from Pickup, that's going to net them the first checkpoint. That's a difficult hurdle to cross, but they're going to be able to roll the tower forward, but still, they have not pushed up onto the enemy bats yet, so they're going to have a hard time moving the tower further here. They're going to get kind of smothered as they try and push up, and that's going to give STEAMHAPPY a 2-player advantage as Pickup is forced to back up and paint up their side.
The scores right now are so close. So if STEAMHAPPY is able to get it together, it looks like they are actually starting to do that, getting one member down, and they do have those two specials at the ready. They have that Tri-Strike and Kraken combo that they do so well. Ready, Joe there. Oh, Joe jumps out from that rail and is taken out by a bomb, but in the midst of that happening, STEAMHAPPY does secure the lead. Bandit here riding the tower, getting jump-ins for their teammate, and actually getting the tower past the second checkpoint as well.
Yeah, Joe sharking over there. They don't know Joe is there. Joe manages to get in and get a nice pick. Get a second one on Synapse. Extremely good direct. Now the tower is just on the brink of winning the game for them. This last checkpoint just going to slide right under Joe's Booyah Bomb. The tower is going to move on forward. Multiple members go down. Synapse is the only one stopping it here. STEAMHAPPY so strong on their counter pick. They just knock it straight out.
They were so confident on that, especially once they got the momentum. Just things were clicking left and right, and they knew exactly what they needed to do to get not only past the first, the second checkpoint, but completely KO that.
Yeah, they were certainly strong, and it felt like they had a plan. Everyone was very comfortable with playing on that map. We could see Joe and Pelu getting into the bats consistently. We saw Bandit on tower, or moving ahead of the tower, and they were able to clear out the space on the plot that they needed. They feel very well practiced on that map, and it certainly shows.
Ooh,
but game 5, we're going in.
Game 5 counter pick, and with it being Pickup's turn to counter pick, the pressure, the pressure. I would be feeling stressed. I mean, these players are pros. I'm sure they're not as stressed as I would be. But man, game 5, bracket reset. You are the team that gets to pick the deciding game to win Proving Grounds. So Pickup here really having to think about what they want to do for this last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very difficult decision. They're not able to pick zones. They're not able to pick Clamblitz. So now you're down to Rainmaker or Tower Control, both of which you have lost to STEAMHAPPY on. So I'm kind of anticipating that we may go to a it's a little bit difficult to say, but I feel like we might go to a Rainmaker game, try and perhaps pick something where the kind of, let me see. Yeah, pick something where that Kraken strat is going to be a little bit stronger.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised we haven't seen that Rainmaker museum yet,
True.
I'm wondering, maybe that's the choice. And especially, too, it seems like both teams are they have their synergy. Pickup is now figuring out how to play against this team, so if they really think about how they want to counterpick this, I feel like they figured out how to play against this team, so maybe they can make something happen if they think really carefully about what this counterpick is.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the way STEAMHAPPY has been playing is certainly pretty formulaic. Like, it feels like they're getting into good spots for Crab, it feels like they're trying to get Bandit set up, and it feels like they're trying to get Septus in with that Kraken. So if you were to pick something where none of these things would be quite as effective, I might pick something like that Museum Rainmaker, like you said. I feel like that's certainly a good pick where there's a lot of kind of open space, but there's also a lot of like vertical where you can avoid the Kraken, and it's, I'd say, just difficult to fully lock teams out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't even think about that point of view too. Having that upper ground to safely be in, that way that Kraken, that invincible Kraken, that's your one way of avoiding it, is getting up high, so that way the Kraken can't get up to where you are. Great point to make there. And I have, the suspense is killing me. Literally, we're down to the wire. What is this counterfeit gonna be?
Well, they better choose fast because I gotta use the bathroom. No, because I'm on the edge of my seat for multiple reasons. Anyhow, going into this final game, I'm You know, unsure where we are going to end up being taken, but I can't imagine we are going to be seeing tower control out of here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I definitely think you're right. But the weight that this has, what's it gonna be? I don't know. The suspense is killing me.
Yeah. Here we go. Uh-oh. Someone did an oopsie.
Oh no. So apparently the pickup took too long to counterpick, so they lost their pick. Now STEAMHAPPY gets to do the counterpick for game 5.
Oh my god.
This is huge.
The only thing that would make this better is if pickup still wins. But this is kind of hilarious.
It's again one of those moments that's like hilarious and tragic at the same time.
Well, I wonder. Now where are we gonna be going from here? Is it gonna be zones? I feel like well, no, we can't do zones because STEAMHAPPY has won twice on, or has won on zones and on tower control.
Power.
So it would have to be Rainmaker or Clamblitz. And, you know, I would kind of guess it's Rainmaker. I would guess Manta Maria or Rainmaker if I were to take a pick.
Ooh.
Or Scorch, but probably Manta.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's gonna be like the opposite. Oh my gosh, Elemental, you're the best. Oops. Poor Synapse. Yeah, now it's gonna be the opposite. You know, you're gonna be wanting to enable the Kraken plays that you have been utilizing if you're STEAMHAPPY. So now you're probably not gonna be wanting to pick Museum like we highlighted. You're gonna be wanting to pick something that doesn't have those high levels that you could just rush forward with that Kraken and make plays happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think something like Manta could certainly help a team with that Kraken move up into the street, kill anyone who's just sharking around there. It's also good if you were to pull out like a Mist, but Manta, of course, being such a big map, is pretty solid for something like Charger as well. But on the other side, I think if you are pickup, you're kind of hoping, you're just praying for a map where you can get some value out of like both the Inkzuka or like that splash wall. You're just able to like space people out on an open flat map. We do end up going to TC Sturgeon Shipyard, which is I think not too surprising, I guess, because after such a strong showing from STEAMHAPPY on TC, wait a second, how does this work again? I thought that they could not pick. I am so confused. Maybe they just had the same rules as pickup, where they couldn't pick one that pickup won on. So TC and Rainmaker were the options. But it got given back to pickup, and pickup got tower control. They took too long as well.
What is this?
Oh my god.
What is this? This is like, I'm so happy K-Bot's not here. He would be losing his mind.
Oh, it's okay. K-Bot's in the chat. I saw.
Oh.
He's
What?
molding at home. Nobody knows how to do counterpicks. Yeah, nobody knows how to do counterpicks. Both teams unsure what they want. We're going to TC Sturgeon, I guess. We do see the DF Charger. Same dealio coming out on all sides here. We do see Samus back on that 52 cal at long last. I'm happy to see that. Just kind of stick with your guns, do what you can, and see who takes the crown here.
Those two splash walls from pickup, I think those are going to be really good. Definitely against that Charger. Going to be able to wall out the Charger a little bit and make use of those. Starting out here, two specials coming out from STEAMHAPPY. They had those at the ready. There's the classic Cephas Kraken coming out, and two members are down on the side of pickup. So this is the opening that STEAMHAPPY needed to start pushing the tower and start getting it through this first checkpoint.
Yeah. STEAMHAPPY looking very strong here. Here we go. Cephas dropping that splash roll, but Luke anticipating it and sloshing over it. Now that's 3 down, 4 down. That's a full wipe. And Pickup doing a great job shutting down that push, only losing that first checkpoint, which is certainly a difficult thing to do. a difficult thing to do here. So Pickup now trying to get a push started of their own. Synapse down on the middle. Now they're watching Synapse's back by clearing out that right side. The Booyah comes in. Joe finds themselves in an awkward position. They're going to get stuck over there, but the tower is going to make its way past the first checkpoint. So the same number of points on the board, but Pickup is trying to stay alive in this situation. They're not trying to overcommit. They're waiting until they can get a big opportunity because they know what STEAMHAPPY can do if they give them an opportunity.
Yeah, great recognition to realize that STEAMHAPPY had that momentum for themselves to be able to use the Kraken, use the Crab, and Pickup able to back up and regroup for themselves. The lead was literally off by 1 point, but they were able to get through that checkpoint area and just get points that much closer. So now, flipping on the other side, STEAMHAPPY here pushing up. Pelu jumping onto the other team snipe. That's always a great spot for that Crab to be once Pelu is able to get that Crab. And now with 49 points on the board, STEAMHAPPY is looking pretty good here as they're continuing to hold so much space with what they have.
Yeah, now Septis is able to kind of post up on this right side. They have a splash wall, so they're able to lock down a lot of space. Synapse on the flank is going to stop them from just rushing in super easily, though. So now Septis trying to lock down the right side. The strikes are going to force him out, and both teams are really just going to have a hard time getting past that final checkpoint. That's the real hurdle. Both teams know that that's what they're aiming for, right? They want to be able to get past that checkpoint without getting full wipes, because this can be such a snowballing map. Septis has that Kraken at the ready. They're now locking down the middle of the map here. Luke getting out. Both teams are playing so cautiously here. Neither team wants to get full wiped, as that Zuka nearly got a couple picks there. Finally, yeah, they do track down Joe, but that's not going to get Pickup back into mid just yet. But Septis and Pelu in an awkward spot, and that's going to get both of them killed here.
Oh my gosh, I think it looked like Septis tried to use Kraken or something. I don't know, that got a little crazy there. Either way, STEAMHAPPY is completely wiped, and now Pickup is able to push forward, get the tower, and this is exactly what they've been waiting for. When we saw them get that push initially, they backed up because they knew that they needed to regroup, just like this. Now they have secured the lead. Kiwi riding the tower is trying their best to get through that second checkpoint, but Septis, man, pushing up with that Kraken, that's a scary sight to see.
That was kind of funny because I was like, where's Pickup? Are they just sitting in spawn? And then there's just like nothing for 15 seconds, and then Septis on the Kraken comes in behind them all. So good idea, because taking on a fight against like 3 specials, including like a Booyah Bomb and a Zuka, could just get yourselves kills and get your team wiped. So instead, STEAMHAPPY is going to opt to just try and get a big push themselves, but now getting 2 down before they're even able to get through mid. Pelu trying to get a shark off, trying to get a sneaky pick, but they're not able to find it. And Pickup, again, yet another full wipe. Luke moving over onto this right side. They have a Booyah Bomb at the ready that can let them hold their ground even better. Pickup has no plans of slowing down at this point without the checkpoint in the way. They're just going to continue rolling the tower forward.
What a great, look that was initially when Luke on that machine, Synapse with that Gal, able to play aggressively together, having Kiwi riding the tower, just sitting back trying to get those strikes ready. The type of synergy and momentum like that is exactly what Pickup has started to do throughout this set game and just make things happen for themselves. Now, as we go into the last 25 seconds of this, 2 members are down on the side of Pickup, and here comes the Septis Classic, that Kraken coming out as Pelu tried to push up aggressively with that. STEAMHAPPY has 2 specials ready. Can they make something happen as we go into the last 10 seconds of this?
Oh my goodness. There are no specials at the ready. There's actually a strike on the side of Pickup that they can throw at the tower. Pelu trying to guide that tower forward, but they're not on it. Nobody's on the tower. Pelu needs to suicide for it, but Pickup is going to just get on it before STEAMHAPPY is able to finish it off. And after a grueling set, Pickup manages to claw their way back and win 3-2, taking Proving Grounds 11.
Oh, GG's to both of these teams. Both teams, absolutely amazing stuff from both teams. Both doing great adaptations throughout this whole top 4 that we've got to watch. And man, both teams had me on the edge of my seat. Literally going to game 5 of bracket reset. That says something right there with the way that both of these teams are playing. They were both adapting. They were both playing super well throughout this entire grand finals and bracket reset.
Yeah, and you could see how both teams were kind of adapting to each other's play throughout. They were both well, slightly changing weapons a bit, changing how they played their individual games, and Pickup, despite losing that first set, did manage to bounce back and take the victory. So good adaptations coming out from them. I think something that was very funny was at the end, Palu was using that crab, and you could tell they were like looking back at the tower like, no, wait, I want to be on this, not next to it. And the crab can't get on the tower in that case. But really good effort. STEAMHAPPY nearly making their way back through a loser's bracket. So great job to both teams in this instance.
And we got to see a lot of great plays coming out from that entire top four. It was really, really fun to watch. A great Saturday night Splatoon tournament to view and, just be a part of and watch. I think, though, from us, it's Saturday night. That's probably going to be about it from us. Fusion, do you have any closing thoughts before we end the stream?
I don't like counter picks. I don't know. Dude, give me random map, random mode. Let's do it. Let's duel.
Oh my god.
No, this was a very fun tournament to watch. And we could kind of see how both teams adapted to each other throughout the set. It was a blast commentating. I've had a very good time, and it was a very exciting tournament with a lot of good teams entering, especially seeing that run from Decay was great. But thank you all for watching. Where can people find you, Rissa?
You guys know me, at Rissa High on Twitter and Twitch, if you are so interested in following me. And how about you, Fusion? Where can the good folks find you?
@ApeFusion_ on Twitter. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope y'all enjoyed the tournament. Have a great Saturday night.